We are meeting on government spending, We Charity, and Canada Student Service Grant. Today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. And for the information of members, because the notice just now came out on the first panel, as you know, we will have between 12 and 1 Ottawa time, we'll have as an individual, Michelle Douglas, former chair of the board of directors of We Charity, and the Craig Kielberger and Mark Kielberger have agreed to come for 4 hours. So from 1 o'clock to 5 Ottawa time, they will appear on the second panel, just so members have that information. So to start, I'd like to welcome our first witness, Michelle Douglas, former chair of the board of directors. Welcome to the committee. We appreciate you appearing, and if you could hold your remarks to 10 minutes or less, it would be helpful and give us more time for questions. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the invitation to appear today. My name's Michelle Douglas. I'm the former chair of the board of directors of We Charity. I resigned from We Charity on March 27th, 2020. I was a volunteer with We Charity for approximately 15 years. For 30 years, I worked as a federal public servant. I retired from the Department of Justice in September 2019 from the role of Director of International Relations. I'm also a military veteran, and I have been a human rights activist for most of my adult life. My human rights activism emerged as a result of my experience in the Canadian military in the late 1980s. I was fired by the military in 1989. I was a victim of Canada's shameful LGBT purge and endured quite a devastating experience being subjected to horrendous practices designed to rid the military of LGBT people. My 1992 lawsuit resulted in the formal ending of Canada's armed forces policy of discrimination against LGBT people. This life-changing experience launched me into a life of human rights activism as a volunteer. I've volunteered on several boards of directors over the past few decades, and volunteerism in service to others are central pillars in my life. Currently, I'm the executive director of a not-for-profit organization that is focused on reconciliation initiatives associated with the LGBT purge. I joined the board of directors of Free the Children in approximately 2005 following a meeting with Mark Kielberger. I'd been inspired by his brother Craig's work as a young teen, and I was excited by the prospect of working with an organization that would inspire young people to contribute to a more just, hopeful, and loving world. I was an enthusiastic supporter of Free the Children and later We Charity. The board that I chaired consisted of dedicated, skilled, and committed volunteers. Board members included academics, educators, human rights activists, business people, a chartered accountant, a lawyer, and others. In addition to attending board meetings, board members committed a tremendous amount of time to the organization. This took various forms, from regular meetings with the executive team, to traveling to see the charity's international operations, to spending time with WE's employees, and to attending events such as We Days. Given my passion for the organization, it was a difficult decision for me to tender my resignation. I did not resign as a routine matter or as part of a planned board transition. I resigned because I could not do my job. I could not discharge my governance duties. In March, the We Charity executive team were scrambling to contend with the impacts of the pandemic, and they began to lay off large numbers of staff. As the days went by, the number of job losses grew quickly into the hundreds. The board felt, of course, a duty to protect the organization and to consider the interests of its stakeholders, including its employees, its donors, partners, beneficiaries, and others. I convened an ad hoc committee of the board to hold daily calls with the executive team for briefings and updates, and we provided key updates in turn to the board at large. The committee made requests of the We Charity executive team that we considered necessary for the board to discharge its oversight duties. By March 23rd, aside from verbal briefings, we had not seen any written evidence, reports, or raw data to support the drastic measures that were being taken by the organization. Our oral briefings were largely focused on things like the status of support from sponsors. We were told that the executive team was running daily financial reports to inform their decision-making, but those reports were not shared with the board despite our requests. It was our view that you could not fire hundreds of people without very strong demonstrable evidence, and even then should explore mitigation measures to save jobs. Instead, the executive team were dismissing employees with great speed and in large numbers. Given the pace and volume of job losses, the board committee demanded that the executive team produce the documents and reports immediately that were said to be being generated and relied upon on a daily basis. If the organization was making drastic decisions based on daily reports, we needed to see them. The executive team, when asked, did not agree to provide these documents. On March 25th, Craig Kielburger called me to ask that I resign from the board of directors of We Charity. It was clear that there was a breakdown in trust between the founders and me as the board chair. We is a founder-led organization, and Mark and Craig Kielburger hold significant power in the organization. As I was not going to be able to discharge my oversight duties, I opted to resign immediately. In an accelerated process, the remainder of the board of directors was replaced, but for one Canadian member and 2 US board members in early April. I was not on the board at that time and therefore cannot speak to the circumstances of the replacement. Given the nature of these proceedings, I'd like to also add the following. Having resigned on March 27th, 2020, I have no knowledge whatsoever of the Canada Student Service Grant Program. I was involved in some discussions in 2018 with the board of directors that concerned an entity called the We Charity Foundation. While the entity was established in January 2018, the board was never satisfied that the operation of this foundation was in the best interests of the charity or its various stakeholders. To the best of my knowledge, it was not in operation as of my departure from the board. The We Charity board always understood that speakers were not paid by the charity or the related organization to speak at We Days. The board made direct inquiries on this issue. As I wrap up my remarks, I want to conclude on 2 points. My family has been deeply involved in the We organization for many years. We've fundraised, volunteered, and my sister and nephew once worked for the organization. My family values serving others, and we allowed us to express that value over many years. I know that all of us are saddened by the developments that have led us here today. Finally, I'd like to affirm my belief in the very good work done by We Charity. I've always believed in the organization's empowerment of young people to change our world. I've always believed in We Charity's international development work and life-changing impacts. I've always been grateful for the incredible commitment of the organization's supporters and volunteers. And finally, I've always been inspired by the amazing and selfless professionals, the employees that work so hard to implement the mission of We. Those people have my respect and deep thanks. Those conclude my remarks, Chair. Thank you.
You're muted, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Douglas, for those remarks. And I know I speak for the committee when I say thank you for your service to the country through the military, your service as a public service through the Department of Justice, and your human rights activism that has been responsible for changing some of the social policy in Canada indeed. So I thank you for that. The speaking order will be Mr. Polyev, Ms. Koutrakis, Mr. Fortin, and Ms. Angus, the first four up. Mr. Polyev, 6 minutes.
Thank you for your service to Canada, Madam Douglas, and for your testimony today. You indicate that the board was told that We Charity did not pay speakers. Is that correct?
Yes.
How did they communicate?
Let me be more precise. At We Days.
At We Days. Okay. Were you under the impression that they paid speakers at other events?
Employees spoke at other events, and of course they were compensated, but
speaking fees?
No, I don't believe so.
And so to your knowledge, no one on the board was ever informed that speaking fees would be paid for outside participants to come to We events and give speeches?
At least to We Days, which was the focus of our inquiries, that was my understanding.
So were you surprised to learn that Margaret, Sophie, and Sasha Trudeau received over $300,000 in speaking fees?
I don't know the precise nature of what they were paid for, but if it was exclusively to speak on the We Day stage, that would have surprised me.
And would it have surprised you if it was to speak at any other event related to the We Charity?
I never made inquiries into that kind of an adjunct or associated area, so I just don't know about that particular aspect.
And we, Chair, and the Kielburgers or We Charity ever expressly communicate to the board that speakers were not paid for We Day events?
They did.
They did. Okay.
Or that may have come from the executive director of the organization, but I know the board made inquiries into that.
Who was that executive director?
It was one of two. I can't be precise on the time. It was either Scott Baker or Dalal El-Wahidi.
Thank you. The Kielburgers justified their mass layoffs in March on the basis of financial trouble they anticipated linked to the coronavirus outbreak. Did I understand you correctly when you described that?
Well, they were certainly seized of issues surrounding the impact from the virus. But I know that the organization was being impacted significantly. For example, schools were closing, We Days had to cease, and the Me to We entity could no longer run trips or have retail operations. So there were significant implications for the organization.
And the Kielburgers or the management of We tell the board that that's why they were laying off people in March?
Essentially, that was a reduced kind of essence of why people were being laid off, yes.
So the Kielburgers suggested that they were having financial hardship at the time.
I wouldn't characterize it as financial hardship, but that I think they were looking to the future implications of sponsorship, and they were talking to sponsors at the time, but I don't believe they referred to the organization as being in a financial kind of hardship or vulnerable situation.
Is that why you objected to the layoffs?
Well, I objected to the layoffs, not as a matter, kind of a general matter. Perhaps it was necessary. I objected to the fact that they were being done without the full consultation of the board and have detailed information provided to us that would confirm that it was absolutely necessary to proceed in that way. I accepted what they were saying, but we needed to see the information.
Right. Did anyone on the board during your time there ever express any concern about We Charities payment to other non-arm's length entities like Me to We, any numbered companies, or any other organizations that were contracted or subcontracted by We Charity?
Well, the board of directors of We Charity was quite seized on the issue of looking at transfers between the related entity, particularly of Me to We. We required an annual reconciliation report to the board on those transfers. I think we were interested in getting as much information as we could about those transfers. And in this regard, we always invited the executive director of Me to We to an annual meeting of the We Charity to kind of provide us with an update and help us understand the reconciliation of funds as between the two organizations.
Did anyone on the board ever express
last question, Pierre?
Did anyone on the board ever express concerns about those transactions between We Charity and Me to We?
I don't think explicit concerns were expressed, rather requests for enhanced information is the way I would put it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Turning then to Ms. Koutrakis, followed by Mr. Fortin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to advise you that I will be sharing my time with MP Zerowitz. Okay. Could you please stop me at minute 4? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Douglas, for appearing before the committee today. And thank you for your past service and for your continued activism for Canadians at large. As you stated, you resigned from your position as chair of the board on March 27th. And while it appears as though the conversation between the federal government and We Charity on the administration of the CSSG, the Canada Student Service Grant, began on April 7th, when Minister Morneau contacted We, as well as a number of other organizations to get their thoughts on the student volunteer program. Were you at all aware of the Canada Student Service Grant or similar programs proposed by We Charity?
I was not.
And while you were in the position as chair of the board, were you aware of any intention by the We Charity to submit a proposal to the federal government?
Could you clarify the time period? I was there for a long time. So any general submission or specifically regarding the Canada service?
Either or.
Service?
Either or.
Grant applications were made to the federal government by We Charity. I was certainly aware of some of them, but I had no knowledge of their intentions around what became the Canada Student Service Grant Program.
Were you aware that there would be a contribution agreement signed between We and the government at all? Had you heard anything while you were still chair of the board?
I had not heard anything about that information or program. I knew nothing about it.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the concerns that has been raised in the past is the idea that a new board of directors may not be best positioned to guide We Charity in its administration of a program like the Canada Student Service Grant. Would you be able to comment on any policies in place at We Charity that would ensure the smooth transition of board members?
Well, because I was asked to resign by Craig Kielburger and opted to do so immediately as a result of a number of concerns, I would say I had 3 specific concerns. There was no orderly transition between the old board, certainly the old board chair, me, and the new Canadian board chair, Greg Rogers. I've met Mr. Rogers before, but I do not know him well. And have really no kind of relationship with him. Unfortunately, the circumstances of my resignation meant that there was no transfer in the ordinary course of information.
And as past chair of the board of the We Charity in Canada, how much say did you have in the overall governance and strategic direction of the organization?
Well, certainly the board of directors worked as a team. I had a very great honor to be the chair of that board of directors, a position I was very pleased to hold given the amazing people who were there in a team behind me and with me. So I did have the board, I would say, has power to make decisions around governance, establish a direction of oversight and so on, review of financial records. But as for myself personally, I was just one member of the board, although I met quite regularly with the executive team.
Okay, we will have to switch over to Ms. Zerowitz for a couple of minutes. Julie.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Douglas, for being here. It's really important. I really appreciated your testimony. Can you confirm, I know that you said you volunteered with we for 15 years, but you've been the board chair for 10 years, right?
I actually think it's a little bit longer than that, but my records aren't precise on the point. So I would say a bit longer than 10 years, but unfortunately, I don't have a start date that I could refer you to.
That's okay. So I have two key questions because I just want to focus on what we as a committee is here to do. One is there any reason, even though you've left, is there any reason why we should doubt the financial ability of We Charity to have delivered the Canada Student Service Grant proposal? So if they continue to have it, was there any reason from a financial perspective that they would not have been able to deliver it?
Well, in the 4 months, essentially, from yesterday that I've been away from the organization, I think a lot is possible to have changed in terms of the financial standing of the organization, but I do not have those details. Certainly, I did not have immediate questions of the solvency or financial standing of the organization on at the time I left, although I was certainly deeply appreciative of the impact of COVID and its potential impact on the organization from a financial perspective.
So I only have one more question for you. I think, originally our civil servants, they looked at a number of organizations, and in the short period of time that they decided that we had the best abilities, capabilities, things that they were looking for to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant program. Do you have any doubt of the ability of the We Charity to have delivered on the CSSG program?
Well, because of the date of my resignation, I didn't know what the scope of the program was at all. So it's really quite impossible for me to explain whether or not they are able to have delivered on it. I do know that We Charity had at one time certainly many hundreds of employees, but by the time I left, many of those employees were leaving. They had extensive networks both in Canada and the United States, as well as internationally. But insofar as their ability to deliver on that program, I just don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all three. We'll turn to Mr. Fortin, followed by Mr. Angus. Mr. Fortin. You're muted, Rial. Rial, you're muted.
Sorry, I am. Okay. Bonjour.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. Good day, Ms. Douglas. Earlier on, you were saying that you would have been surprised, given that it was not habitual for We Charity to have engaged in the things that we had heard about, that the Trudeau family members were paid. To your knowledge, they were never paid. Is that correct?
I didn't make any inquiries into their specific status, but generally the information told to the board was that no speakers were paid to speak at We Days.
Êtes-vous courant?
Are you aware of the various trips that were offered by We Charity to some politicians, including Mr. Morneau?
I am aware that a number of people traveled to some of the international development locations, the so-called We Village locations, developed by, or supported is a better word, by We Charity. As for the list of people who attended, the board did not get into specifics of every single guest that was attending, whether they were politicians or particularly well-known people. Sometimes we were made aware of it, but not always.
Okay. Êtes-vous courant que Monsieur...
Are you aware of the fact that Mr. Morneau, his wife, and at least Mr. Morneau and his wife traveled? The sound is cutting out, unfortunately, for the interpreter. We cannot hear what the member is saying.
Mr. Fortin, the interpreter is having it. Maybe try raising your mic a little. The translator is having difficulty picking you up. Try that.
Oui.
There's some technical glitches, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? I will. So, Ms. Douglas, I'll start again. I'm hearing some issues over the line, but are you aware of the fact that the finance minister went to Kenya in 2017 with We Charity, approximately around those dates? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure if I've understood the interpreter correctly, so perhaps a point for precision, but I was unaware that Minister Morneau went to Africa in 2017.
Donc, je comprends que...
From what I gather, then, Mr. Morneau told us last week that he owed about $43,000 to We Charity for those trips to Ecuador and Kenya. You were not aware of the fact that Mr. Morneau had to reimburse some of these fees to We Charity?
Thank you for that precision, Mr. Fortin. Yes, I was aware that the Minister of Finance made a repayment to We Charity. I don't precisely know what the details would align or correspond to. I don't quite know about that. I'm aware that he personally and members of his family traveled to Ecuador, and possibly I believe that other members of his family traveled to Kenya at some earlier date, but I don't know the details of that.
But you're aware of the fact that he had to refund about $43,000 in travel costs. Are you aware of that?
I did, yes.
Are you aware of whether or not a bill might have been issued to Mr. Morneau for those amounts?
I'm not well positioned as a former member of the board of directors to know about those details. That the executive team would undoubtedly be better placed to address a question like that. I don't know how invoicing systems work.
Okay, mais vous, là, vous étiez quand même président.
You were the chair of the board. The Minister of Finance travels with We Charity. The travel costs are about $100,000. Apparently, he had already paid off $50,000. There was something around an amount of about $43,000 left to be paid. The board, you're telling me that the board was unaware of these significant amounts?
Well, I do know that thousands of people traveled every year to our international development locations and communities with whom we worked closely. But the actual particulars of payments for family members or costs or elements of their trip, that is not a detail. In fact, it's quite the board of directors would see kind of more oversight or aggregate information and not something quite as specific as that. So I don't know what exactly his invoice would have related to. I was aware he went to Ecuador.
Who would be in a position to answer these questions at We Charities, according to you?
I would expect that the executive director of We Charity or Me to We, or perhaps the co-founders could answer that question with precision.
Les cofondateurs, on comprend, c'est monsieur.
Co-founders are the Kielburger brothers. But who is the executive director you're referring to?
The executive director I'm referring to is Ms. Dalal El-Wahidi, the Executive Director of We Charity. The Executive Director of Me to We is Mr. Russ McLeod.
Okay, we will have to end it there. Going to Mr. Angus, and Mr. Angus will be followed by Mr. Barrett. Charlie, you're up.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madame Douglas, and thank you for your public service. It's really important. My daughters went to Free the Children when they were probably in grade 4 and 5 and 6, and it changed their life. And my oldest said that set her on a course for human rights activism. But that's a very, very different group when they were all young and idealistic to what we have today, which I find very hard to get my head around. The multiple corporations, the mass real estate dealings, the various what's for profit, what's for public. So governance is a really, really important question. And governance is super important when we're talking about a deal with the federal government that may be close to $1 billion. We need governance and oversight. So I'm very concerned about the situation that was happening with your board in March. So you said you were trying to get answers. There were mass layoffs taking place. Would you say that the conversation with Mark Kielburger by teleconference, that he was not forthcoming, that he was getting angry?
I had a number of telephone calls kind of during the period of mid-March. Actually, I think starting on March 9th, but most particularly mid-March, with Mark Kielburger and almost always Dalal El-Wahidi. And I was joined by my U.S. board chair colleague and counterpart, Jonathan White, Dr. Jonathan White. Certainly, my sense of this is that the organization was feeling intense pressure from the impact of the organization. It was having serious impacts, and I mentioned before the closing of schools, the ending of We Days, the completion of travel, and that kind of thing. We were pushing for information. Yeah. We were told information was available. We didn't ask for PowerPoints or anything new, just simply the information we were told regularly was being generated on a daily basis. And that information was never provided, although we asked.
Well, we're talking about mass layoffs, hundreds of people, an organization that is now very much in crisis. Was there a meeting where Mark Kielburger hung up the phone, and was that what precipitated Craig Kielburger calling you and asking you to resign?
I would say that there was one particularly dramatic or memorable meeting on or about March 23rd, when the ad hoc committee I mentioned that I had asked to be convened, myself, the U.S. board chair and two others attended that meeting by phone. I demanded that the executive team produce those records. I gave a short kind of turnaround time, I think by later that day or early the next morning. And I'll simply say that the call was abruptly concluded.
So he hung up, and then his brother called and asked for your resignation. The only reason I'm asking to get into this is because the Canadian people have given this organization close to $1 billion. And we need to know that this is an organization that has a proper structure. It's not just the Kielburger brothers and their family, that there is oversight. So I would say we were all very shocked that, contrary to what the Liberals have been saying on this committee, that We Charity is not overseeing this program, that it's the shell company, We Foundation. And I look into We Foundation, I don't see a governance structure in place other than it looks like people who work for the Kielburgers, and its stated aim was holding real estate. It has no assets. You said you had concerns about We Foundation. What were your concerns?
Well, the executive team brought forward the idea that a foundation would be a good idea and presented it to the board of directors in approximately 2018. The board had a number of concerns. We simply didn't have enough information. I considered this matter personally quite deeply, thinking about the interests of stakeholders, contributors to the organization, frankly, thinking about all the youth who had done fundraising, and wanted to understand in a manner that was crystal clear why such a foundation would exist and what its purposes would be. And ultimately, there was no resolution brought before the board to consider whether that should be established. I think the board did not have satisfactory information at that time.
So we have this, looks like
Last question, Charlie.
A holding company set up that the board's trying to get answer. There's no oversight. And yet this is where the Kielburger brothers decide to funnel $500 million, $900 million. It certainly protects them from liability, but there is no oversight mechanism as far as I can see. Would you say that that's a fair understanding of how this foundation is set up?
I don't know the particulars of the structure around this foundation, so I'm really not well placed to talk about its capacity to do any work. I just don't know enough about it.
But it had no history.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. I think, have to point out, I think, Mr. Angus, you said had given this charity $1 billion. I wouldn't want there to be improper information out there. Basically, the government would provide up to $912
million. You're so correct, Mr. Chair.
$912 million to be funneled through on the CSSG grants, of which they would be provided an administration fee of $43 million, just so the record is absolutely clear on this controversial issue. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Barrett, followed by Mr. Fraser.
Well, thank you, ma'am, for your testimony today and for your service to Canada in uniform and, of course, and in the public service as well. What was your understanding of the purpose of establishing the We Charity Foundation?
At the time the board considered the matter, it was said to be for the possible purpose of holding real property assets, but I don't have a memory of its object or purpose beyond that.
Okay. Just to interrupt for a sec, Mr. Barrett, Ms. Douglas, could you hold your mic up? The translators and the interpreters in the booth have a difficult job. Sorry, Mr. Barrett, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you aware of how many entities exist under the We banner or are operated by the founders? Like, there's a number of these charities, foundations, numbered companies. Do you know how many there are?
Well, put that way, I don't know the actual number. No.
Okay. Do you have an estimation that you'd be prepared to offer?
I'm not sure I could provide that with any precision. Certainly, the organization would be better placed to provide that kind of information.
Okay. And does the board have any oversight of any of those entities, or yeah, of any of them?
I don't think that there's specific oversight. If there's a related corporation that requires our oversight, so here I'm thinking of the organization Imagine One Day, which was kind of integrated into the We Charity organization. There was a separate board, so we did have a separate board was constructed, but most entities would have their own standing board of directors.
So who in your understanding, who oversees or controls the We Charity Foundation?
I don't know those details because I was not involved in setting up the entity with any detail. I have seen, I was aware it existed. Of course, it's referred to in the 2018 audited financial statements, but it's my understanding that at that time it hadn't had any operations.
Can you explain what role a founder has in this organization if it's not an executive director or trustee or CFO? Where does founder fit in the org chart?
Well, I mean, I think it's a titular title that someone would have who establishes or is the founder of an entity. In this case, they had significant governance power because the bylaws allowed them to make decisions on essentially dismissing the board of directors or obligated the board of directors to refer to the founders and inform and consult them on significant directional shifts in the organization. So they did have governance power in that sense. They attended, at least Mark Kielburger, rarely Craig Kielburger, but certainly Mark Kielburger attended most board of director meetings with the executive director.
Okay, thank you. And I want to circle back to that, to the subject of the board, but I want to ask you about a June 2019 article that was published in Canadaland. And I'm sure that you're familiar with it, and like to know if you are familiar with it, and specifically if you're aware of any allegations of abuse or bullying at the charity. Now that article did detail specific allegations by former employees of the organization and some of their experiences and comments related specifically to Mr. Mark Kielburger. Are you aware of any of that?
So the board of directors looked into this quite significantly and were troubled by what we had read and wanted to know the facts about the situation. We did have a number of meetings or some meetings about this, asked for an accounting from the executive director, had the benefit of reading reports from the organization. And later, to bring it to today, I mean, I've seen others reporting concerning allegations. So this doesn't feel very good to me in the sense that I'm troubled if someone did not have a good employee experience.
Right.
But I personally never saw anything from Mark that directly concerned me.
Okay, we will have to end it there. Sorry, Mr. Barrett. Turning then to Mr. Fraser, followed by Mr. Cooper.
Thank you so much, Ms. Douglas, for joining us today. Thank you for your service. And might I just add that the LGBT purge in the military is a stain on our nation's history that I continue to be ashamed of, and I am just so sorry for your experience in that regard. Turning to the matter at hand, I've got a couple of questions about what the ordinary practice would look like as you said you've got no personal knowledge of the Canada Student Service Grant. I've dealt over the past number of years as a local MP or in a role as a parliamentary secretary with proposals that come in from groups that want to do this or that or have an idea. Some of them, frankly, are pipe dreams from people who have no experience putting proposals together. Others come from well-established organizations with national reputations that can actually turn into great ideas. I'm curious if you could just in your own words describe what an ordinary process would be like for the We Charity to provide a proposal to a provincial or federal government.
Right. This was a very much a process managed by the by staff at the organization. So they would be identifying needs and the opportunity to potentially fill by providing services, fill a need, and or looking for kind of open calls for grants and things of that nature. The actual working process of this was done internally, so I think the next witnesses could provide more oversight or more information on that. But there was process, and the staff would normally work that up. And if it was quite a substantial grant, for example, one grant of $3 million, the board would be well informed about that.
Okay, and I'm curious as well when the obviously there'd be some internal work that goes into developing some kind of a proposal to meet these social needs that the charity would identify. In terms of the actual pitch being made, and I intend to ask the same question to our next panelists. In terms of the pitch that would eventually be made to government, who would normally be involved in that kind of a process?
From my understanding, and I didn't see this up close and directly, but it would be managed by the executive director who would have overall responsibility. We did have a government relations expert within the organization. And so as for the actual pitch, potentially Mark or Craig Kielberger may be involved, but I think it just depended on the scope and size of the proposal.
Sure, no, that's helpful information. I'm curious just on the government relations side of things. One of the things that I find interesting, a little bit curious about we as an organization is a lot of the charities I deal with go through great pains to remain nonpartisan. I find that We Charity has been, if anything, multi-partisan, and that they embrace governments of different political stripes. They we've had pictures of different MPs and party leaders with the Kielberger family at We Charity events. I'm curious if this was a strategy that was actually adopted by the board, or was something that was done independently by the founders of the organization. Could you shed some light on that sort of multi-partisan approach to program development and government relations?
Yeah, this was not a matter that was discussed extensively by the board, but it was always our view, at least in the board of directors, that we were indeed nonpartisan, which had the potential of engaging any government, provincial, municipal, or federal. And certainly, I did not see this as multi-partisan, but rather nonpartisan as an organization.
Sure, and I don't mean to suggest that there would be an effort to ingratiate the organization with one party or another. Only that there was seemingly a complete lack of fear about engaging with different parties and different governments. So what I'm essentially trying to figure out here is sort of the tie between how the organization would develop these pitches and use contacts that they may have developed through this government relations strategy to actually get the attention of decision makers on different potential policies. It seems as though that there's a mix of different processes that may have been used, some internal development, some informal outreach, and eventually there's some conversation between someone at the organization and the government. From what you've seen or have learned about the Canada Student Service Grant, I'm curious if that the origin story of this program is reflective, in your opinion, of other programs that perhaps were successfully funded by different governments at different levels.
I just can't compare them to anything that's currently before your committee around the Canada Student Service Grant. I just don't think I have enough experience on the application process to be useful to you in answering that.
We will have to end it there, Sean, and for Mr. Cooper and Mr. Fragascatis, we'll have to go to about 4.5 minutes each. Mr. Cooper, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Douglas, for your testimony and for your service to country. I want to ask you a little bit about the circumstances surrounding the resignations of other board members following your resignation as chair. Can you provide any insight into that? Was it out of support for you or concern with the layoffs that were taking place without proper reporting or transparent reporting to the board?
Well, I don't have particular insight on how they may have expressed to each other or indeed back to the organization about exactly how they would characterize their departure. But there was a process. We had ongoing discussions with the organization. In fact, the board set up kind of a rotational cycle as a good practice for moving people along in a staggered kind of, not everyone would leave at the same time in a given year. And people understood their kind of rotational cycle for service. In my opinion, the change of the board, the replacement of most on the board, happened in an accelerated way. I know the members of the ad hoc committee did have concerns. We spoke in solidarity to Mark Kielberger and to Dalal El-Wahedi to make those demands. But as for the precise nature of how they would characterize their resignation, I just don't know. I do know that on March 9th, I was asked to stay on at least another year by the co-founder, Mark Kielburger.
And then 3 weeks later, you were gone.
Right.
And what about the characterization that this was part of some sort of reorganization? Based upon what you know, you would, I take it, disagree with that characterization.
Yeah, I did not see this as being in the ordinary course, and I resigned because I felt I had to.
And have you had conversations with the other former board members since?
I've had a few conversations, yes, with some former board members. I've never had conversations again with Mark Kielburger, Dalal El-Wahedi, or...
Okay. The bottom line is, this is all very unusual. There was an upheaval in the organization in March.
It was a concern to me. I did have a number of concerns, yes.
And in terms of the number of employees that were being laid off, you said in the hundreds in a matter of weeks. Can you just explain on the scale of the organization what that represents?
So as we were receiving oral briefings, I heard numbers that literally changed every day, that started with, I believe the first number I heard on or about March 9th was 35. Then it moved up to approximately 100. Some of these numbers are combined with Me to We, so not exclusively We Charity, and eventually entered into the several hundreds, more than 400 at least.
And that would be out of 1,000, 1,500?
Approximately 1,000.
1,000, so almost half of the employees were gone in a matter of weeks, just to be clear.
I think the organization can provide greater precision on that point.
Okay.
Last question,
well,
Mikey.
Okay, I think you cited in your testimony 3 specific reasons for your resignation. I don't know, but you had stated those.
So the first I would say, Mr. Cooper, is that employees were being laid off and the board did not have enough information to provide oversight. The second reason I would say is we were being denied access to the chief financial officer. We had sought 2 meetings with them and they were both canceled. We asked to also participate as kind of observers in a virtual meeting where many employees were going to be explained the kind of upcoming layoff process. And finally, I had concerns that in the midst of the crisis, Mark Kielburger traveled twice to Kenya in a very short period of time for reasons I don't fully understand. And I asked the executive director to explain this to me, and I did not receive a satisfactory answer.
Okay, thank you both. Last round of questions, Mr. Fragiskatis, and then we'll have to let Ms. Douglas go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Douglas, I echo the comments of my colleagues. Thank you for your extraordinary service to this country, for your activism. It's admirable, to say the least, and thank you for taking the time to come to our committee today. I do have limited time, so I want to ask you 2 or 3 questions. The first relates to your time at WE. Obviously, 15 years, a very long time with the organization. During that time, did you find or see any irregularities, financial or otherwise, that were a concern to you, or any other sort of lingering questions about the organization of We Charity?
I never saw anything that caused me deep concern about the integrity of the organization. I always felt, though, it was my duty, especially where there are inherent tensions between kind of co-founder or co-founder-led organizations and the board of directors, that you're always pushing for enhanced forms of oversight and transparency in an effort to be better, but not because something was deeply concerning. But we were always striving to get greater insight into the work.
Yeah, that's quite normal to see that back and forth between an executive and a board. And just to clear it up, and I think you've been extremely clear with our committee, but to the Globe and Mail, you recently spoke and you said that you left the organization for quote unquote, concerning developments that were transpiring. As we've heard, these relate to disagreements over what WE's current direction, at least in March, what their direction was back in that month, and its future direction regarding the course forward. Nothing to do with the Canada Student Service Grant, nothing to do with the contribution agreement that we eventually signed with the federal government, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Final question to you. I'm just, and I know others have asked this question as well. The organizational structure of WE is a complex one. You know, for example, we have WE Charity, but then it's broken down into various parts. There's WE Charity US, WE Charity Canada, obviously, WE Charity UK, the Meet a WE Foundation, the Wellbeing Foundation, Wellbeing Foundation America, WE365 LP, WE365 Holdings, WE365 GP Inc., Imagine One Day International Organization, Meet a WE Social Enterprises. I'm just listing them here off the page in front of me. It's, again, a question that's been asked by Charity Intelligence and other watchdogs of the charity sector. Why this organizational structure? You know, very complex, very intricate. Do you have any insights on that?
Certainly, I would acknowledge that there are many entities associated with kind of the WE brand generally. The prevailing work of the WE Charity Board was to focus on the areas that we had responsibility for. But certainly we were linked by things such as branding or potentially by connections of closely related individuals. The board was always interested to get more insight, more information and details about these relationships and entities. And I expect had I continued to serve, it would have been an area I continued to push on. But obviously the co-founders are best placed to explain the complex structure that was established.
Okay, thank you both. And Ms. Douglas, we do have another panel of which you're very aware of. On behalf of the committee, I again re-emphasize my remarks from the beginning. Thanks for your service to this country in many roles and to the human rights aspect around the world as well, and specifically in Canada. So with that, again, we thank you for appearing. Thank you for answering our questions. And we will suspend for about 3 minutes to give the clerk time to test the mics on our next witnesses. So meeting suspended for 3 minutes. everyone's information, the meeting is taking place by video conference, and proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. We'll now start our second panel of today, and I'd like to welcome Craig and Mark Kielberger, the founders of the We charity, and thank you both for agreeing to take the 4 hours. For the information of committee members, because this is somewhat unusual, a 4-hour meeting. The Kielbergers had initially asked for 20 minutes during the 2-hour session. We responded that the maximum we'd allow is 10. But now that we're doing 4 hours, I've decided that it's quite fine to do the 20. It'll still give us lots of time for questioning. So with that, we're ready to start with the exception. I believe you want it to be sworn in, so I'll turn that over to the clerk.
Okay. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd simply ask that the 10 minutes that we've now consumed on technical glitches not be subtracted from the 4 hours of testimony that the committee obliged of the witnesses. We're now, we will be at 1:10 when the proceedings begin. Thank you.
Yeah, we can see where we're at on that. I would say as well, though, I believe it's proper that we probably take a 5-minute break at the 2-hour period. 4 hours straight testimony is pretty gruesome, and we all may need a washroom break by that time. So, Madam Clerk, if you could do the next procedure.
Okay, great. Welcome. We'll ask you to now, one after the other, take the oath or affirmation. You can repeat the text that is in front of you. Please speak clearly and loudly so that everyone can hear.
My name is Mark Kielberger. I do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. My name is Craig Kielberger. I do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, thank you both, and we will now turn the floor over to you. If you can hold it as very tight as you can in terms of time length, that'd be great. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Bon après-midi. My name is Craig Kielberger. This is my brother, Mark. Firstly, thank you, Mr. Chair. We will maintain within the 10 minutes, in fact, and our gratitude to the rest of the committee. We've been looking forward to this opportunity to speak with you here today. Au cours des dernières semaines,
over the last few, unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear properly.
Just if I could interrupt from us for a minute, I'm not sure what system you're working on, but when you're speaking French, you had to be on the French channel at the bottom of Zoom there, and the English on the English channel. The booth can't pick you up in that remark. So you can start the French over again with that change if you could.
Oui, pas de problème.
No problem. Over the last few weeks, our team has answered thousands of questions from the media. We published dozens of documents, including an annotated version of the contribution agreement for the Canada Student Service Grant and information on the programs, operations, and finances of We Charity. All the while, we announced that additional experts will be carrying out analyses of our system in order to streamline our organizational structure, to further improve our governance, and to concentrate our efforts to help the most vulnerable children in the world.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, gentlemen, point of order, Mr. Cooper. What's your point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to raise it at this point to a degree, but my point of order could impact upon or should either of the witnesses wish to rephrase or reframe any aspect of their presentation, that given the large number of organizations that the Kielburger family are affiliated or otherwise connected with, from now until the end of this meeting, when Conservative members make reference to we or your organization, unless otherwise stated, we are referencing in the broadest way possible any corporation, company, partnership, organization, association, entity, or other structure, including but not limited to We Charity Foundation of Canada, Me to We Social Enterprises, Me to We Foundation.
I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Cooper. I do not believe that's a point of order. I think it's a point of information. But I will remind you, we are meeting on the government spending, We Charity and Canada Student Service Grant. That's what the motion we're dealing with as a committee on. The Kielburger brothers can take your comments as information. We'll go back to you, Mr. Kielburger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 25 years ago, we started We Charity as teenagers because we believe that young people have much to offer through service. And we still hold this belief. There is a crisis in Canada's charitable sector. Over the past 30 years, Canada has seen steadily declining rates of civic engagement and reached a record low percentage of Canadians donating to charity. We Charity sought to reverse this trend by launching We Schools, active in 7,000 Canadian schools, to educate and inspire young people to learn about causes, volunteer for the first time in their lives, and fundraise to make an impact for thousands of charities across the country. Through We Day, over 1 million youth earned their free ticket through logging over 70 million hours of service. Youth joined us to build 1,500 schools and classrooms in developing countries around the world, educating over 200,000 kids in clean water and medical programs, reaching over 1 million beneficiaries. We launched Me to We Social Enterprise because traditional models of charity are too limited in Canada. Its purpose is to help end poverty overseas. We create empowering jobs and bring to market fair trade and socially conscious products, helping mostly women entrepreneurs. Although its purpose was never simply profit, since its founding in 2008, 100% of profits from Me to We Social Enterprise have been donated to We Charity or reinvested to grow the social mission. Every single penny. This model is called a social enterprise and is common in Europe, but in Canada, the Canadian Revenue Agency limits a charity's ability to operate a business model as a solution to solving social problems. In 2019, the Senate of Canada released a report which recommended that the government recognize and reconsider those restrictions for charitable and nonprofit organizations. We strongly support that recommendation. With such change, we would have simply started Me to We Social Enterprise as a charity. We acknowledge that over 25 years, our organizational structure has grown overly complex. Our model is different, sometimes misunderstood, and yes, far from perfect. But our purpose has always been social innovation to better Canada and the world. We Charity is a nonpartisan organization. We have worked with federal and provincial governments of every party across Canada. We have welcomed politicians of all stripes to the We Day stage, including Conservative MP Mike Lake and then NDP Premier Rachel Notley. We're grateful to the previous government that Lorraine Harper hosted the We Day after reception at 24 Sussex. Over the years, thousands of stories have been shared on the We Day stage. We invite individuals to speak who can inspire youth to volunteer and serve, which is what our mission is all about. We Charity agreed to implement the Canada Student Service Grant, not to be helped by government, but to help government and to help young people across Canada. This program was developed in the midst of a global pandemic when governments and the private sector were scrambling. Some have suggested that We Charity was in dire financial straits prior to the CSSG and that somehow motivated our actions. It simply isn't true because, like many Canadian nonprofits and businesses, we had already taken difficult actions to adjust staff numbers and to pivot our programs to the new realities of COVID, as you heard a moment ago. My comments about that time is not false bravado. As we see the organization today, I acknowledge that the fallout now from this political process has resulted in serious challenges that risk the entire organization and our 25 years of work. As you've heard in previous remarks to this committee from Rachel Wernick and from the clerk of the Privy Council, we were not chosen for this work by public servants because of our relationship with politicians. We were chosen because we were willing to leverage every part of our 25 years of experience and to build this program at the breakneck speed required to have an impact for Canadian youth over the summer. We Charity had experience in this area. We had previously built 2 large-scale youth service programs. When Ontario introduced the mandatory 40 hours of community service, we developed a program for many school boards across the province. And the College Board, which is the largest US association of colleges and universities, selected We Charity 3 years ago to develop a national US service program across all 50 states. Now to the contribution agreement itself. As per the contribution agreement, We Charity would only be reimbursed its costs to build and administer the program. To be clear, there was no financial benefit for the charity. We Charity would not have received any financial gain from the CSSG program, and it's simply incorrect to say otherwise. The contribution agreement had proper oversight built in, 13 references to audit, and taxpayers were protected. Our team worked incredibly hard to build and launch the CSSG as a national bilingual service program. The results were evident within the first week. 35,000 youth applications from every province and territory, 83 non-for-profit coalition partners, 24,000 and increasing service roles. But the program quickly got pulled into politics. We handed the built system, technology, even the call center, to the public service, hoping to save the program. We declined any reimbursement for our costs. We thought that our actions would enable the program's long-term survival, and we are deeply saddened that it did not. We also regret that the fallout has created hardship for our staff, our partners, and the communities that we serve. When Employment and Social Development Canada asked us to administer the Canada Student Service Grant, we regret that we didn't recognize how this decision would be perceived. We would never have picked up the phone when the civil service called, asking us to help young Canadians get through the pandemic if we had known the consequences. The young people would not get the help they need now, and the 25 years of We Charity's programs helping millions of youth would be in jeopardy. We are most sorry for the students of Canada. We know that this pandemic has put so many in dire straits, unsure of whether they will be able to continue their education or even pay their rent. This committee heard yesterday about MPs' offices being flooded with emails and calls from students desperate for help. These students should be volunteering, serving their country, and receiving critical support for their education. We respect this process, and we are happy to participate. We hope that the people of Canada will have their questions answered about how the contract came about and what the value of money would have been. We also hope that as soon as it concludes, all of us, nonprofits, government, and all Canadians, can get back to helping the students of Canada get the support they need to get through this time of national crisis. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to share the words. We appreciate that. We are ready for your questions.
Okay, thank you both. The first round of questions on the 6-minute round, we will start with Mr. Polyev, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. Fortin, and Mr. Angus. Mr. Polyev, the floor is yours.
Mark, you are caught on tape describing an April 23rd call with the Prime Minister's office. You quote the office telling you the following: "You know that announcement we just made? Would you be interested in helping us implement it?" You now deny that call. Was it a figment of your imagination?
Mr. Polyev, the call that you're speaking about was to a group of potential nonprofit partners. We were very excited about the prospect of the program. I got a little bit ahead of myself. I didn't have full details. I misspoke. As soon as I realized I misspoke and that was brought to my attention, I apologize, and I do apologize again.
So the Prime Minister's office never called you, and you never called the Prime Minister's office on April the 23rd?
Sir, that is very much correct. The Prime Minister's office never did call us. Craig has the details. He was the one that was having the conversations.
I got it.
With the
so
Prime Minister's
that's
office.
all I needed to know.
Just we will let the witness answer the question. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, thank you. Just because we are together for I believe a relatively unprecedented 4 hours together, we just want to make sure that we can provide as much context as possible so the answers to the questions can be provided with full context. Craig has the most specific details, sir, to those conversations because he was the one that was leading up. Thank you.
All right, so you just imagined a call on a specific date with specific words spoken and you recounted words that were spoken for a date of a call that just didn't happen.
So what I shared was again incorrect. I shared that we had an opportunity to share this message. I was very excited. Craig again had the details, and part of today is going through all those details with you in a very specific manner. And again, I apologize. I was just very excited about the program.
Got it. Yeah, the National Post obtained a memo in which, Mark, you said, and I quote, "I'm thrilled to share that we have been invited by the Prime Minister and Canadian Heritage to host a unique We Day event in Ottawa on Canada Day weekend 2017. So the Justin Trudeau personally called you, or was it Craig that got the call from Justin Trudeau?
Hi, sir. I'm happy to speak to that question. It was in regards to the fact that the Prime Minister had announced $200 million in funding supporting organizations across Canada for national celebrations on Canada 150.
Right.
Heritage was the group that we engaged with. We submitted a formal proposal through Heritage.
Right.
And that
wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. The question was, did the Prime Minister personally call? Because that's the wording of the statement was that you were thrilled that we have been invited by the Prime Minister. So, and another imaginary interaction with the Prime Minister's office or with the Prime Minister himself.
Sir, if I may respond. Go ahead. I can say with certainty that neither Mark nor I have ever, in 25 years, received a phone call from the Prime Minister on this topic. In fact, when people
that's clear.
We will, Mr. Polyev, we are going to allow the witnesses. They're here for 4 hours.
Yeah.
We will allow them to answer in relatively equal time. Go ahead, Mr. Craig.
I think that people, we understand the politically sensitive nature of the moment. Yeah. But typically when people say that Heritage Canada, the Prime Minister, in the midst of a moment on Canada's 150th anniversary, has invited you to engage. It was in relation to that the Prime Minister.
Okay, Craig, did you speak to anyone in the PMO? Did you speak to anyone in the PMO on April the 23rd?
Mr. Chair.
Did you speak to anyone in the PMO on April the 23rd?
We're happy to be here for 4 hours.
Great. Answer the question then.
Sir, with great respect, we're here for
April the 23rd. Did you speak to anyone in the Prime Minister's office?
Order,
yes or no?
Or we're going to lose more time than gain more time. The question has been asked, Mr. Kielburger. If you could answer it, and I'll not take this time away from you, Pierre, but there is a little bit of trouble with your mic somehow, fellas. It's I don't know whether you had to speak slower or what, but it's coming through a little jumpy. So if you could answer Mr. Poilievre's question.
I'd be happy to answer any question with the appropriate time. Would you repeat your question, please?
Yes, I'll repeat it for the 5th time. Did you speak to anyone in the PMO on April 23rd? Yes or no?
No, I did not.
Thank you very much. Did Margaret Trudeau get paid for her presentation at the July 2nd, 2017 Canada 150 event?
So, yes, sir, we've checked our records. We have no record of payment for her for that event. And just to further elaborate,
thank you. You were very clear, and I appreciate the answer. Did Sasha, Margaret, or Sophie Trudeau ever get paid to speak at a We Day event?
Gentlemen?
Sasha, Margaret, or Sophie Trudeau ever paid? Yes. In fact, can I take a moment to speak to this? So we appreciate
that you did answer the question. I appreciate the answer.
No, we will allow them time to answer.
They answered already.
No, he asked for more time. I'm giving him more time. Mr. Kielburger.
Take it off your clock.
Happily. So we were originally asked the question in a crush of literally hundreds of media questions that we received in the context of the CSSG, which was a government-funded program. And we made the statement that we charity had never provided funding to a member of the Trudeau family to speak at We Day. At the time, we believed that statement to be true.
Fair enough.
However, if I just may, there's a social enterprise which provided that information, and we should have, and allow me to say this candidly, should have been more forthright in acknowledging the social enterprise provided sponsorship.
Right.
When that was brought to our attention that there were errors in the billing, we acknowledged it. We acknowledged it in national newspaper ads, and we apologized.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. This is not. None of this is related to my question. So I trust the chair is not taking this from my time. In addition to the speaking fees that the Trudeaus have received, what is the total amount your organizations, including we, but not limited to it, have paid in expenses, benefits, reimbursements, fees, or any other in-kind or monetary consideration for Sophie Trudeau?
Sir, happy to do that. It's part of our regular course of activities. When a speaker does come, of course, we speak to their compensation.
Sure, just the total of dollar figure, please.
We will allow the witnesses to answer how they so decide. The witnesses have the floor.
But in the normal course of business, of course, when people do come to We Day, we also provide them with the reimbursement for their direct costs. So the information that we have readily available, to the best of our knowledge, sir, is Sasha Trudeau or Alexander Trudeau came to 8 We Days over a span of 2 years, and the average expenses was $2,447
per event.
So came to a total of 28 We Days over a span of 5 years, specifically speaking on the issue of mental health, from 2016 to 2020, including groups like We Day in the United Kingdom, which of course had an impact on the costs. The average expense there was $5,998. Sophie Trudeau came to a total of 7 We Days over a span of 3 years, and the average expense was $3,618.
Can you just add those expenses up into totals for each of them?
I don't totally have a calculator in front of me.
Well, to average them, you must have had the total. You need to divide it, the numerator by, you needed a numerator to divide it by a denominator.
We'll not get into numbers on the fly.
Oh,
we'll
of course not, Wayne. I'm sure you don't want to.
We'll not get into, we will ask to provide the totals when they can, shortly after the meeting if necessary.
What is the total?
Last question.
What is the total amount that your organizations, including we, but not limited to it, have paid in expenses, benefits, reimbursements, fees, or any other consideration in kind or monetary for the all of the Trudeau family members.
So we'd be happy to provide that to you, as the chair asked right after the conversation. No problem at all.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask you, fellas, to bring your mic a little closer again. The interpreters are still having some difficulty. We will now turn to Ms. Zerowitz, followed by Mr. Fortin. Julie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank our two presenters today. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for making yourself available for 4 hours, which is highly unusual, so thank you for that. And I also want to say thank you for the tremendous positive impact that We Charity has had on engaging youth, not only across our country, but around the world, and for all the amazing work that We Charity has done to reduce poverty. So thanks for all of that. There's a lot of misinformation and false narratives that are being thrown around. And so I'm going to try to get to some facts, because I think Canadians who are listening need to get to those facts. The first thing is we're hearing a lot of $1 billion contract, and it gives the impression that We is getting $1 billion, and that was what the agreement with the government was. Indeed, can you confirm that it was actually a 543 million, like plus $1 million contract. So it was around $543 million contract contribution agreement with the government to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant, with up to 43.5 million going to We and up to 500 million going to students. Can you confirm that?
Yes, we can confirm that. I'd like to both provide a little bit of context. This is an incredibly helpful piece of context that has been unfortunately misshared. Number one, the first time we heard about the 912 million was when it was announced. We had never been privy to that information before. Secondly, is that the contract is up to, as you said very correctly, the 543 million. Number three, the up to is relevant both to the young people who'd be participating in terms of their volunteer service hours, and also relevant to the organization. This was a contribution agreement based on eligible expenses or eligible expenditures. The organization did not stand to financially benefit from this. It was basically a amount of money we received. Anything we received, we'd have to use for the program, or otherwise be returned to the government. The other misconception here is that it really was up to the $500 million for young people to do service. Based on our modeling, the average young person may have done 100 hours, 200 hours, maximum 300 hours of service. Very few would have received the 500 hours of $5,000. So the true cost of this program would have been in the range, likely, of $200 to $300 million.
And just very quickly, because I have a few more questions, so and very little time. So the way it was set up, the contribution agreement, We Charity was not going to benefit from it. It was only to administer the program.
That is correct.
Then my next question is how much money was actually sent to We, and can you confirm that all those dollars will be coming back?
Yeah, so a total of $30 million was sent to We based on the ESDC process. As soon as this program was put into a political nature, we immediately decided that we would not be taking any of those funds. That was a decision that the organization made. We'd be losing approximately $5 million in this process. It's a very painful, difficult decision, but we felt under the circumstances it was the right thing to do. And yes, all the dollars have or will been sent back. That's a process that's been underway this week.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The other question I have is, there again, you're hearing from the opposition that it was as though the Prime Minister or a minister called We and said, hey, do you want to do this sort of volunteer program? Can you just confirm that it has been, that the first time that you heard about potentially the need for a volunteer program nationally being delivered for students was on April 19th by Rachel Warnick of ESDC?
I'm happy to confirm that. Ms. Warnick sent me an email. She had previously been to our offices 3 years ago. We've had multiple ESDC partnerships over the years. She was very familiar with our work. She asked for an urgent phone call, and in that phone call, she outlined the idea of a national service program. She asked if we would be willing to assist, if we would provide her with a proposal for her consideration. In that same phone call, I outlined that we were, in fact, on a completely different proposal, a different matter. In fact, I even expressed some reservations. But we sent this to her nonetheless, as per her request, on April 22nd. It was Rachel Warnick's request, and we fulfilled the civil servant's request.
So just two quick questions. My sense is that there were a number of other organizations being considered. So the question to you was whether you would be interested in delivering this proposal and putting in a proposal. So it wasn't that, hey, you've got the deal. It was kind of, would you be interested? Is this something you'd be interested in doing? Is that what was presented? Now, and April 22nd is when the Prime Minister made the big announcement about $9 billion of aid to students. You submitted the proposal that same day. It was a very quick turnaround. Was it based on the basic outline that Ms. Warnick provided to you on April the 19th?
Correct. Ms. Warnick provided the policy objectives, and we fulfilled them through the proposal.
Okay, thank you very much.
Last question, Julie.
The other thing that I'm a little bit unclear about, I see the contribution in front of me, and it was signed on May the 5th. Was it signed on May the 5th, or did the agreement begin on May the 5th? And if you could just explain the logistics around all of that.
Thank you for asking. The agreement technically began on May the 5th. We were working in advance with the SDC on putting resources to help develop the program. The turnaround time was so tight, and we were, of course, so passionate about helping young people at this time that we got to work right away with the full risk and understanding that if this agreement did not move forward, we would be at the financial risk of doing so. But we accepted that risk because we really wanted to help.
Okay, we are going to on to Mr. Fortin, followed by Mr. Angus. Mr. Fortin. Your mute is on, Riel.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Bon, OK. Alors, désolé.
Hello, Mr. Kielberger. I don't have much time. I will jump straight to the matter at hand. We know that Mr. Morneau wrote up a check to We Charity to reimburse $43,000 worth of expenses. When he appeared last week, that's what he said. Did you receive that check?
Yes, we did. And if I may clarify that was a check written to a greater amount than the cost of his trip, but he based it on what one could conceivably have on a trip like that have cost. So I just want to correct a little bit of the public record on that. We Charity did not spend that to host him, but we did receive the check of that value, yes.
Mais est-ce que vous avez facturé, Monsieur Morneau?
Did you bill Mr. Morneau for that amount?
We did bill Mr. Morneau when his office approached us very recently to seek clarification on what the cost of the trip would have been.
À quel moment?
When?
The day prior to his testimony.
La date. Est-ce que...
Do you have the date?
Mr. Chair, if you could simply let us know the date of his testimony, or the clerk could, we could then just go back by one date, please.
Okay,
donc vous avez facturé la journée où il est venu.
So you billed him on the day that he came to appear?
The day prior, sir.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chairman, are you still there?
I am, yes. I'm looking for the date, but go ahead, Mr. Fortin.
La question est...
The question was, what was the date when that We Charity issued that bill to Mr. Morneau?
I appreciate the question, sir. Could someone see the date that Mr. Morneau testified, and then based on that, we are happy to submit that for you, sir. We're also candidly using Google right now to try to answer your question.
Non, mais je voudrais une copie de la facture.
What I'd like is a copy of the bill, please.
Une copie de la facture.
A copy of the bill.
To provide you what we have on record, sir.
The clerk has an answer and he's waving his hand.
Mr. Clerk, could you give us the date that Mr. Morneau appeared before the committee?
Non,
I don't have it
c'est
in
pas
front
la
of me.
date que je demande,
Will-
monsieur.
I'm not asking for the date,
From you.
Mais
Mr.
c'est pas
Clerk?
ça, c'est pas
but that's not my question. It's not the date of his testimony, the date of the bill and a copy of the bill.
The date of the bill was the day before Mr. Morneau appeared. So if we get Mr. Morneau date, we'll subtract 1 day and we'll have the answer.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Morneau appeared on July the 22nd, sir.
Okay, so the bill went out on July the 21st. Mr. Fortin, I'll not take the time from you. Go ahead.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we get a copy of that bill, Mr. Kielberger?
We would be happy to submit whatever we have on record, sir.
Okay. Vous allez nous...
Okay, you'll send us that soon? This week?
We would endeavor to churn that around, sir, as quickly as possible, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kielberger, is one of you registered as a lobbyist in Ottawa?
Sir, neither of us are registered, and based on our understanding of the definition, neither of us would fall within the allotment of time.
Est-ce que vous avez eu des...
Have you been in contact with members of the cabinet aside from Mr. Morneau and Mr. Trudeau?
Sorry, since the program over the past 10 years?
Disons les 2 dernières années.
Let's say over the last 2 years. Over the last 2 years, have you been in contact with members of the cabinet?
Yes, sir. I can tell you with certainty that on the date of April 7th, I had an introductory phone call for the first time with Minister Ng. She represents the home riding that We Charity started in, Thornhill. And on that call, she expressed the desire to help young people start small businesses. We had a proposal, and I submitted the proposal to her 2 days later on that topic, sir.
Non, juste peut-être, non, Monsieur Kielberger,
Mr. Kielberger, that's interesting, but that might cause me to go beyond my 5 minutes. I'd like to know what the names of the ministers you've had discussions with would be over the last 2 years, that is.
We will get that for you, sir. I can say with certainty since January, we have had conversations with Minister Ng, Minister Chagar, and Minister Morneau. Prior to that point, I would have to do a more extensive search.
Et à chaque fois, c'était...
Okay, and every time it had to do with government grants or that type of program?
The conversation with Minister Ng was an introductory conversation. There was not the expectation of a grant. With Minister Chagar, the first conversation, actually, in fact, none of those conversations were in relation initially to grants.
Est-ce que c'est possible?
Would it be possible for you to provide a list of the ministers with whom you've had discussions over the last 2 years? That's both of you, and also the date of the conversation and the subject matter. Is that possible?
It is, sir. We'd be happy to provide that to you.
A last question, Mr. Fortin. Mr. Fortin, are you froze? Must be a technical. There you go. Last question, Mr. Fortin. Your line froze on us.
Inaudible. I was asking a question, but my screen froze. Did you hear my question?
No. Go ahead.
Et mon écran me...
My screen is saying it's unstable. The interpreter would point out that the sound is very poor and cutting out.
De We Charity au Québec, est-ce que vous avez des succursales, des bureaux d'affaires?
Parts of the comments are inaudible to the interpreter.
Mr. Fortin, we'll come back to you a little later. The conversation is breaking up and can't be translated. We'll go to, are we going to Mr. Angus or Mr. Julian? Mr. Angus, I believe. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Angus, 6
Thank
minutes.
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for participating today. The question that interests us is the question of accountability, because it is a huge amount of money that was given to your organization, and Canadians are asking questions. So when we hear from the board of your chair that she was denied access to financial records, that she was denied access to your chief financial officer. And when she pushed for those answers, Mark, you hung up on her. Is that how you guys do business when you're challenged?
Sir, we are grateful for the.
Sorry, Mark. Mark hung up on her. I'm asking about Mark. Mark, she said Mark hung up on her.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll follow you, sir. We're grateful for the 14 years of Michelle. We have great respect for her. The time of the pandemic was extremely challenging for many Canadians. Lots of Canadian
get that.
businesses.
But you hung up on her about financial.
Sir, I don't feel that's a proper characterization of the series of events. We were providing nearly daily briefings to members of the board under the circumstances. We had to make very quick decisions, as many Canadian organizations and nonprofits
Okay,
had.
I get that. Thank you. So now, Craig, you called next.
I would like to
Craig, you called and
Mr. Chair,
demanded that she resign. So, Craig, is that like you didn't like the fact that she was asking for financials, and then you say you want her gone, and then you clear the board? I mean, if we don't have that kind of accountability mechanisms within your organization, it raises red flags.
All right, we'll give Craig, who's going to answer, time. Go ahead, Mr. Kielberger.
There are two things that are being brought together here. One is a process that started in the fall of 2019 for board renewal. Names were identified, conversations took part with board
That's not
members.
the question. The question is that you demanded she resign. You kicked
Charlie,
her out.
if we got Mr. Angus, if we could, we'll see where this goes, but we will allow an answer, and then we can go to a supplementary. Mr. Kielberger.
A well-planned, well-executed process took place. Sorry, well-planned. I will acknowledge not executed as well as we had hoped. Process took place starting in fall 2019, looking at board renewal as we approached 25 years as an organization. And a number of board members were at the end. Sir, I'm seeking to.
I know, but she said that you wanted her to be extended, and then after Mark hung up on her, you demanded she resign. So let's not talk about a well-ordered plan. I'm asking about accountability here. This is the issue. It's accountability.
Things will go a lot smoother if we allow an answer in detail, and we'll all save time. Mr. Kielberger.
Thank you. So fall of 2019, this starts. Names were identified for new board members. Process underway. During that process, something none of us could have imagined, a global pandemic took place. There were a total of near daily briefings, 14 to be precise, with various board members took place, a full board meeting, and from when the request for staffing list was acknowledged, 9 days was provided to the board, and for full financial modeling, 11 days.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
By context,
thank
sir,
you. Mr. Easterwheel, let me continue. My time's
well,
over.
No, I'm going to, look, I'm not going to
run the questions, Mr. Chair, but I'm down to less than half my time now.
I am not going to take time away from you, but I want to give the witnesses an opportunity for a thorough answer. We got 4 hours with these witnesses. We should be able to allow them the full answers. If it was politicians, then we'd get into the 4 second, but it's not. So complete your answer if you can in less than 15 seconds, Mr. Kielberger.
Suffice to say, we respect Michelle's decision on the matter. We believe that the other board members, in fact, Michelle had one date that she transitioned. By the way, we asked her 3 months later to transition. She chose to do so immediately. We respect that. The other board members went through a different process. The board today has 8 highly qualified individuals.
Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus.
Thank you. Okay, so what we heard is that she was asking financial details. Mark got angry, hung up. You called her. You said you wanted her gone.
We'll allow the question if we could, guys. Mr. Angus.
So then, what we find out, because the Liberals keep telling us about the great work of We Charity, and I don't doubt that, but We Charity isn't handling this money. It's the We Foundation, which she raised questions about. So you move this money into what is essentially a real estate holding company with no oversight. Don't you figure that Canadians are going to have red flags about, I've never heard of a real estate holding company getting upwards of $500 million of taxpayers' money to deliver a program.
Sure. Thank you for the question. It was not a real estate holding company. Global News provided that information incorrectly, and we have sought to have that information changed multiple times. If you go back to the source data of the Global News reports, they have changed it in the body, but they have not changed it in the title of the headline. It was not a real estate holding company. It was never held any real estate. Sir, no real estate and no assets had ever been placed.
I know there's no assets in there. No assets in there, but it does say that it is there to provide and maintain facilities to house the operations. Now, come on, boys, men. I'm not a real estate lawyer. I don't know law, but I know you guys got you got multiple corporations, and you have this one that's set up to hold real estate, but it doesn't actually hold anything. Why is that where you decide to put your money? That's the question. There's no accountability mechanisms.
Could we have time for an answer?
I'm really glad you answered the question, because this is actually very much incorrect, and we're really thrilled to be able to set the record straight with you here today. We are. And we'd like to share with you that as part of the conversations with ESDC asked us to assume full liability for up to 40,000 young people who would be volunteering, and accept full liability for those 40,000 young people and all the nonprofits those young people would be volunteering at. So on the advice of professionals working with us.
So are you telling us that it was the federal government's idea to put this through a real estate holding company? Is that what you're saying? Because that's really, really strange.
I want a full answer here, if we could.
Who in the government signed off on giving the money, upwards $500 million, to a company, holding company that you have, that original purpose was to hold your real estate? Come on.
Okay, now we'll come back, if we could, for a fulsome answer on where the money was held, and then if you know who signed off, you can give that answer as well. But I want to give the gentleman time to answer the question appropriately. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We really appreciate it. Mr. Chair, again, this information that's shared by Global News was incorrect. We want to stress this over again. This is not a real estate holding company, and this is actually a charitable organization that was set up to help limit liability. I'm going to say it again, a charitable organization.
It's got no track record, no assets. Charlie, never done anything.
Could we hear the answer? You'll have to make a judgment on that following the answer, if you could. Gentlemen, answer.
To set up to help limit liability. The government of Canada asked us to assume massive liability, sir, as part of this initiative for 40,000 young people volunteering during a pandemic. It would have been very difficult for us to put the entire organization at risk under those circumstances. We had this entity previously set up as one to limit liability, and on the advice of professionals, we used that entity.
But it was a board that your board,
Mr. Angus, let them finish the answer, please.
Question, Mr. Chair,
I know,
please.
but they haven't finished the answer to your third question ago.
The board raised questions about this.
And they can
explain how this thing.
Charlie, order, Mr. Angus. Gentlemen, answer the question first, and then we'll allow Mr. Angus one final question.
So it was a legal structure that had the ultimate governance embedded within We Charity. It used the We Charity staff and senior resources. It was a contract that was established and signed by ESDC with, by the way, Section 22 holding the provisions on insurance for the government, sir. This was a very well organized system at the advice of all the responsible experts.
Okay, a last question, Mr. Angus. We're well over time.
What's really concerning here is your board chair that you demanded she resign had raised questions about why you had a shell company that was there to limit liability, and lo and behold, it just became the perfect avenue. Now, I mean, again, I don't hold a bunch of numbered companies. I mean, if I would have thought like you were just a charity, but no, it's set up to limit your liability. It was originally set up for real estate, and then you changed it. So it just, don't you get that this looks kind of dodgy to the average Canadian who's saying, whoa, did we give these guys $500 and some million and we put it into that? Like, what is this?
Sir,
final question, final answer this round. Go ahead.
Sir, the information you're sharing is fundamentally incorrect. We're seeking to be able to share with you the proper information.
But I'm looking at the form.
Mr. Angus,
it's not
Mr.
incorrect.
Angus, come on.
It's not incorrect.
Mr. Angus.
Sir. The purpose here was to help limit liability. There was multitudes of purposes for this entity. The primary purpose was to limit.
That's real estate.
Chair, we finish? Was to limit liability. It was formally recognized in June for the very purpose. As we created this partnership with the government, it was amended in its structure.
Amended, yes, it was amended. You're correct.
Mr. Angus,
it's not a company, sir, a nonprofit with the proper structure in place of ultimate governance, with the staff of We Charity. So quite literally, this is an appropriate.
Your board was your employees.
Mr. Angus.
That's not governance.
Mr. Angus, come on.
With respect,
governance.
Yeah, actually, with respect, sir, you're incorrect in the statement. how the structure of governance was established. It was such that we charity board of directors were the members. They had the ultimate authority through the legal governance and structure in place. I say with respect, I know—
That's not what our chair just said, your former chair said. She said she didn't
Mr.
know why
Angus,
you guys
we
we
are going to end this round there, and I will give you gentlemen an opportunity later to explain this scenario, but we will go to Mr. Barrett, and I'll come back to this one myself with a question so we can have peace of mind and quiet to get a decent answer. Mr. Barrett, followed by Mr. Fragascatis.
We need to get a total amount of all monies, all benefit paid to individual members of the Trudeau family. So do you have that in front of you today, gentlemen?
Sir, as requested, we're happy to provide that information to you. That was a question also that came from Mr. Polyev, if I'm not mistaken.
So you commit to doing a full breakdown of expenses for each one of those individuals, not just for remuneration for speaking fees, but also for gifts and other benefits, including covering of travel expenses?
Sir, yes, we were happy to provide that information in terms of especially the reimbursement of travel expenses that was specifically requested.
Okay. So Ms. Margaret Trudeau was paid over $250,000 in speaking fees. Did anyone else get this much money in speaking fees during that same period of time?
Yes, sir. This was something that the practice was in place, not to pay individuals to go on the WE Day stage, to be clear, but for auxiliary events that took place in various cities, often 5-6 events per time, that speakers were brought in. On any given year, a small list was identified to support in these type of auxiliary events, akin to a university lecture series or nonprofit gala fundraisers. Many groups do this, sir. So
to be clear, in your previous responses to questions, you did say that members of the Trudeau family were paid to attend WE Day events.
Sir, it was in the premise of WE Day, but the purpose of the speakers and the remuneration of the speakers was specifically for the auxiliary events. Margaret Trudeau came to speak about the issue surrounding mental health. Yes, she spoke on the WE Day stage, but she also provided time to come to the receptions, to have the opportunity to meet with individuals, to sign the books, to do all these additional events. And it was a very significant ask of her time. Actually, 2-3 typically per city. It was a very significant ask of her time.
At those events, how many other speakers were paid?
The vast majority, sir, were done at no cost. It was the small group of speakers who would come, and not just Madame Trudeau, but a small group of speakers would come, again, not just to speak on the WE Day stage. As mentioned, it would be the additional auxiliary events that we needed to support, and specifically on issues that were very relevant.
Sir, I appreciate the part of your question. In essence, if I can answer your question directly by saying it wasn't unusual what was taking place with her. It was a simple process that we had with others.
How much was she paid, Ms. Margaret Trudeau paid for speaking before November of 2015?
So we did not engage her before November of 2015, from my best understanding.
Okay, so she was only ever paid after November of 2015.
It was at that point, sir, where WE Days continued to grow, and we needed somebody to speak specifically on the issue of mental health. And she came not as Madame Trudeau, she came as somebody who's very focused on that issue, something that's really relevant. If I'm not mistaken, 1 in 5 Canadians.
1 in 5 Canadians, and it's a big part of what we do. We have the Wellbeing
Foundation. And I think that other well-known Canadians, who have spoken about mental health, and a name that would be known around kitchen tables would be someone like Theo Fleury, who was informed by you that you do not pay speakers. So I will set aside your qualifier at the end of your response. My next question.
That was
I'm. That's right, and so I'm not. So the floor is not yours. Are there any ministers that have ever received any form of financial compensation whatsoever, fees, contracts, salary, expenses, expense reimbursements, accommodations, benefits, or anything whatsoever from any organization with which you are involved?
Well, firstly, sir, allow me to say we don't pay speakers for the WE Day stage. The few minutes there, we believe that's an honor to share you the message. We do for those who do 2 to 3 days of auxiliary events. To answer your question now, sir, the only individual that question is relevant to as a cabinet member is Mr. Morneau and the McCain family, and I believe that's on the public record.
Okay, so no other ministers?
Correct, sir.
Okay. What about ministerial staff members? Any form of financial compensation whatsoever, fees, contracts, salary, expenses, expense reimbursements, accommodation benefits, anything whatsoever? Yes or no, please?
Not to our knowledge, sir.
Okay, so that would include Ms. Katie Telford, Minister Seamus O'Regan, Mr. Gerald Butts, Minister Mary Ng, Minister Bardish Chagger, Ms. Amanda Alvaro. What about Artbound? Have they ever received, the organization Artbound, have they ever received a payment from any of your affiliated organizations?
I appreciate you raising that, sir. Artbound funded very generously We Charity through their extraordinary philanthropic commitment, and we appreciate their long-standing support in that matter.
So have they ever received
no,
payment?
No. To answer your question, sir, the funds have only gone one way, which they are fundraising for. Specifically, it was a school for music in East Africa supporting an all-girls program in Kenya. They fundraised, but no benefits went the other way, sir.
So just to tie that off, so you're saying that no staff, past or present, of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, or no staff member, past or present, of Minister Bill Morneau have received any compensation as outlined by me above?
To the best of our knowledge, we can make that blanket statement, sir, yes.
And that'll tie off that round, Mr. Barrett. We'll go to Mr. Fragiskatis, followed by Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to both of you for coming to the committee. I want to ask about the administration fee. How much would it have been had we administered the Canada Student Service Grant? And for what purposes? When we say administration fee, I'm not sure that many, if not most, Canadians understand what is meant by that. So
I appreciate you asking that question. If I can start by clarifying, in fact, it actually wasn't an administration fee, it was a program implementation fee. Now, what I mean by that is often in the charitable world, when people think of MIN, they think back office or fundraising. The costs here were simply directly for reimbursement on the delivery of the program. So to answer your question precisely, for the first 20,000 students, We Charity has provided $14.5 million for all-inclusive aspects. It could have gone up to 34.78. What was included in those aspects? For example, technology grants for students who needed access in rural areas, translation of resources for special needs students, coaching and support, the direct supervision of up to 20,000 students to support nonprofits that couldn't otherwise mentor and support those students, working with nonprofits to help translate their ideas to be COVID safe and friendly, launching the web support, call center support, insurance support, payment, T4 form follow-up 6 months later. In short, this was a massive program launched during a pandemic to support up to 100,000 young people with a very high-touch program because the emphasis was on students of greatest need. We were to target particularly Indigenous and students in rural parts of Canada.
Okay, we do need to go back to Mr. Fragiskatis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that answer. I'm still left confused on a few things, though, Mr. Kielburger, namely the complex organizational structure. So you have we, and under we, there's under that umbrella, there's a number of entities, and I'll just list these.
Well, I can say the time, sir. You already did before. I'm happy to speak to the question.
Sure.
Yes.
It's a partial list. So we have We Charity US, We Charity UK, Me to We Foundation based in the US, Me to We Foundation in Canada, We Charity Foundation, Wellbeing Foundation of Canada, Wellbeing Foundation of America, Inc., We 365 LP, We 365 Holdings, Inc., We 365 GP, Inc., Imagine One Day International Organization, and there's Me to We Social Enterprises. So could you explain what this structure is all about? Because I think people look at this and have, justifiably so, some questions about, okay, it's a charity on the one hand, but why is there this labyrinth that exists under it? What is that all about?
Yeah, we'd be happy to. I appreciate the question, sir. Thank you. So fundamentally, there are two overarching structures, We Charity and Me to We Social Enterprises. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, as per the CRA and the Income Tax Act, Section 149 to be precise, charities cannot operate like businesses to solve social issues. They cannot literally operate a business structure. It's because of this unfortunate reality of the CRA structure in Canada that things like Grameen Bank, an extraordinary social enterprise that won the Nobel Peace Prize for microcredit, lifting people out of poverty, frankly never could have been created in Canada. Social enterprise is a growing and powerful force to better the world. So we had to engage the best lawyers and accountants and systems to build what was a labyrinth to adhere to the proper Canadian laws and regulations. And it's a shame because we get called by so many people who are giving us, who are seeking how they can do it themselves in this way. So
Mr.
these
Kielburger,
fundamental structures exist to fulfill the social mission and mandate. Each country you listed adheres to their respective country laws. Canada's has their own incorporation. US, UK. In fact, other countries in the developing world have their own incorporation. But fundamentally, it is We Charity and Me to We Social Enterprise.
Okay, back to Mr. Fragiscatis, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kielburger. So are you then saying that this complex structure was absolutely necessary to the functioning of the charity? And if you are saying that, are you also saying that that other charity organizations in this country are forced to organize themselves in that way? You know, I suppose the question is, how unique of a structure is this? Is this something that we see with the majority of charities in Canada, or is we one of only a few that operate in this way? Because I'll tell you, and admittedly, I don't have a background in the organizing of charities and all of the complexities surrounding that, but it comes off as a bit strange. Could you again tell us, was this kind of a structure absolutely vital, and is it the case that most charities adopt it?
That'll be the final question in that round, Mr. Kielburger.
If I may answer your question by saying, in Canada, to do what we seek to do, this is the legal way to adhere to the CRA rules. I wish it was different, and I hope that they streamline it in Canada. Nonetheless, just 2 quick points. Number one, you listed entities around the world because legally we have to incorporate in each country we operate. And number two, allow me to add, we've actually engaged Korn Ferry, who is a global expert on organizational structure and design, because frankly, over 25 years of creating entities and creating organizations, we probably can find a streamlined system to do this. We acknowledge that it has to be streamlined. So they'll be stepping in to help us in that manner. But what we do here is not unusual in our system of social enterprise, but we know social enterprise is unusual.
Thank you all. Mr. Cooper, 5 minutes will be followed by Mr. Fraser. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mark and Craig, for being here and for your testimony. Your organization provided Bill Morneau with over $41,000 in trips to Ecuador and Kenya. Exactly what did the $41,000 pay for?
Happy to answer that question, sir. So we extended an invitation actually to Miss McCain, to be candid, where she first came with her daughter, teenage daughter, to Kenya.
So my question, I understand the chronology, but my question is quite specific. What did the $41,000 pay for?
And I believe that's the answer they're getting to, Mr. Cooper. Let's allow time for answers.
I don't need background.
It'll be shorter.
I know the trips. I just need to know what the $41,000 represents.
Understood. So to answer your question, so specifically the first set of expenses was for Miss McCain and daughter to travel to, or they were already in Kenya. They were looking at other charities they'd already funded. So we hosted them at our sites. So the accommodations, they stayed with us. There are no other options. As they drove around, as they built the schools, they had a development humanitarian site visit with us. There was a second trip that took place approximately 6 months later. That was the one, to your question, with Mr. Morneau and Miss McCain and their children. In that case, it was to the Amazon. They also, again, paid for their flights and whatnot, but our accommodations, the food, and the build site supervision as they were building their schools and working on a service trip. I mentioned this earlier because it does seem unusual the price was so high.
Okay, that's fine. That's another subject matter. You'll provide a detailed breakdown, I understand, or will you undertake that? Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, when your organization booked the Kenya and Ecuador trips, were they booked specifically as an accounts receivable?
So We Charity, similar to many other humanitarian organizations, invites prospective donors, people who vet on behalf of companies and foundations to witness the development projects, what they do.
So the answer to that is no?
Correct.
It was not an accounts receivable.
It
was a complimentary trip, right? That's what your statement said. Is that correct?
Sir, if I can just finish the statement. So it is to host individuals who have an interest to witness our development work on the ground. And to answer your question, it was seen in our mind as a complimentary hosting, given they were already in the country in Kenya and were coming in to simply stay with us. and in Ecuador to look at this from a development lens.
Thank you. So no accounts receivable. So did you hide to Mr. Morneau the fact that the trip would be complimentary?
The arrangements for the trip were entirely done through an invitation to Ms. McCain and entirely arranged with her and her team. So I don't know whether there was any clarity or conversations that followed. In our mind, it was an invitation to a very prominent Canadian family, Ms. McCain, who's very philanthropic and very beneficial.
Okay.
And that was why we.
Thank you. So now you mentioned Ecuador, Kenya, Morneau in Ecuador, and Ms. McCain and the daughter in Kenya. They get to an airport. They travel by commercial aircraft. How do they get to the site? Did they travel by private aircraft at any time?
We would have to check our records and to go through.
Well, how do you get to the Amazon?
Dugout canoe with a motorized. So you take a commercial flight from Quito to a small airstrip in what's it called? Small airstrip. I can't remember. Riobamba, maybe. No, it's a small airstrip. It's commercial though, and then you get on a canoe that has a big motor, it's a motorized canoe down the Amazon-based river.
Okay, so
and then the other possibility, sir, is some groups actually drive down. They don't even go on the commercial flight. So,
but is private aircraft a possibility? Since you don't know the answer, is that a means that people get to either of your sites?
Certainly not in Ecuador.
What about in Kenya?
Private aircraft is a possibility.
So that's important.
Well, let the question be answered, Michael. Let's firm up the answer here, and we'll go back to Michael.
I'm happy to speak to this. It's similar to northern parts of Canada. The only way that you can access certain corners of these, simple 2-3 prop planes that kind of cram into and fly into northern regions. So, we'd have to check our records. As a mother with a teenage daughter, she may have.
Okay,
back to Mr. Cooper.
Just
final
to flesh
question.
this out, I'm just trying to visualize this place in Kenya, and as I'm listening to you provide an answer, what I'm hearing you say is that normally to get there, you need to fly in.
Sir, that's not necessarily correct. You can also drive.
And what would okay, but it would be a long distance.
It is a 5-hour drive. It's a lovely drive.
Okay. Can you just because my time is limited and
it's over. Your time is over, but we'll allow this question.
I just want an undertaking from Mark and Craig that you will confirm exactly.
Very clear, sir. We'll contact our team to look into the question. And we simply don't know. Obviously, that was 3+ years ago.
We host hundreds of trips, sir.
Yeah, but we'll look into that question.
Okay, thank you, and that information will be provided. We will now go to Mr. Fraser, but for the 2.5-minute rounds, we will go to Ms. Goudreau, Mr. Julian, and Ms. May. I believe you wanted in 2.5 minutes in that round. So, okay, Mr. Fraser, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very much enjoying the back and forth and the testimony, though I sometimes have trouble hearing the answers over the questions. First, one of the responses that you gave initially to my colleague, Ms. Arowitz, and then Mr. Fragiskatos, I find stunning. I want to make sure I have my understanding correct. Of the $500 or so million program, and there is up to a $43 million administration fee, depending on how many students can be placed. I was under the impression that that was going to provide some sort of benefit to the organization for administering this program. Am I correct in my understanding that every penny of that administration fee, if the program was actually executed properly, would not have gone to the organization, but it would have been exclusively for expenses?
Sir, that's correct. It would have been exclusively for expenses. Number one, and number two,
program expenses, not even administration.
And number two is actually not an administration fee, sir. It's actually a program fee. So we were doing this on behalf of the government, helping the government. We were asked to do this by the government, and the organization itself would not profit. We were there because we wanted to be of assistance. And again, this wasn't an administration fee; it was a program fee, and 100% had to be used, of course, for the program.
So you're telling me in no uncertain terms that none of the affiliated organizations with the We Charity or Me to We Social Enterprise actually stood to benefit financially from executing this program?
Correct. In fact, if I could add, sir, Middle East Social Enterprise was not a party, has never received federal funding, has never at all. And to answer your question, yes, all the nonprofits, because there were only nonprofits, part of this contract, all had the same key aspects on audit, on fulfillment. And yes, every penny had to be spent on the program implementation only for return to the government.
Okay, I want to turn my attention, if I can, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I do have limited time. Mr. Angus, in his questioning, seemed to be very frustrated with the notion that there would be a separate corporate entity set up to limit liability. I practiced law before I got into politics, and it was routine to me to see corporate entities set up new companies for the express purpose of limiting liability. To be honest, when I first saw it in the charitable context, I have not practiced much law in the area of charities. I found it a little odd, but it's starting to make a little more sense to me today. So what I'm hearing is you stood to gain absolutely nothing financially, but you were asked to take on all of the liability for placing 40,000 or more students during a global pandemic. I trust that if you did not have the opportunity to limit your liability, you would not have taken on the task of executing this program. Is that fair?
Correct. And allow us to underscore, this was the request of ESDC, and the contract and these terms were agreed to by ESDC.
When ESDC made that request, are you saying they requested that you set up a corporate entity, or they requested that you took on the liability?
They requested that we took on the liability. We informed them the only way that we would feel comfortable fulfilling the government request was through the structure. They analyzed it, they then endorsed it, and they signed the contract appropriately.
So we shared all the information with ESDC in terms of what these structures would do, and we specifically explained to them that this would be our ability to limit that liability as part of that process, and they were aware.
And their recommendation to the government that We Charity was best placed to execute on the service grant program was made after you had made clear to them your strategy to limit liability would be to set up a separate corporate entity that did not hold assets.
Sir, it wasn't a separate corporate entity. It was a separate nonprofit organization.
Thank you. That's an important
nonprofit. I was on the call with other individuals from a professional services side with the SDC. We made that clear because we were very concerned about the request that we were asked to take on a liability for 40,000 young people to volunteer during a pandemic.
Okay, I expect, Mr. Chair, I have limited time left, so I'll try to get one question and let you answer it as you will. I asked the previous witness about proposal developments and sort of unsolicited program ideas that are submitted to MPs, to governments. I take it this is what happened, at least with some different program that preceded the student service grant. But I'm curious more broadly, is this something that the We Charity does on occasion? Have you done it with previous governments? Have you ever had other programs funded by previous governments after that kind of a back and forth?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So sometimes we're responding to formal proposals, as we have with Heritage Canada for Canada 150. Sometimes it is iterative with the government. So, for example, we worked closely in the previous government with Minister Flaherty, Minister Clement, and various projects that we created together with them. In fact, this is an interesting fact. There have been previous years in the previous government under Harper that we actually had a higher percentage of our total budget given by the federal government than last year under the Trudeau government. So we have worked with a number of governments in the same manner, including of all political stripes.
And when you were receiving those grants from the previous government, that would have been around the same time, that would have been contemporaneous with the hosting of We Charity events or Me to We events at 24 Sussex by Ms. Harper? Is that, or frankly, the attendance of We Day or other charitable days or activities with other MPs of the governing party at that time as well? Is that fair?
That would be a fair assessment. We appreciate every government support, and we will approach every government to support children and youth in this country.
Okay, we'll have to end that round there. I believe we're going to Ms. Goodrow, who will be followed by Mr. Angus now, I believe, and then Ms. May. Ms. Goodrow, 2.5 minutes.
Bonjour, messieurs.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you, gentlemen, for this long amount of time that we can use to try to find out more on behalf of all of our constituents. I have a few questions during the few minutes I have. First question, do you have a government relations expert in your organization?
We don't find the need for a full-time person for such a role. So we do have a person whose title is Government and Stakeholder Relations. And so she splits her time between multiple stakeholder groups, including government.
Puis-je avoir son nom? Could I have her name?
Sofia Marquez.
Excellent. Excellent. Do you know if this name is on the lobbyist list, in the list of lobbyists?
No, given her previous work, her and multitude of stakeholders she engages, she is not on a formal registry.
D'accord. I see. So I understand the structure of nonprofit organizations. So here's my question. Is it possible to have access to the general rules of We Charity?
Understand the question. Yes. Could you clarify in terms of the general rules, please?
C'est les règlements numéro 1 qui regulation number 1, for example, that gives all of the details on the governance and the operating structure of a nonprofit entity.
We're certainly happy to take that back and seek greater clarification.
Je vais être encore plus précise, en fait. I'll be even more specific, in fact. This is particular, especially in the province of Quebec. We need to have those rules in place. We need to register them. What are your assets in Quebec?
We do not hold formal assets in Quebec, although a Montreal office has been active and we've done 11 years of We Days in programming. There is no formal ownership. The bank account is based in not inside Quebec.
From the best of our understanding, there's no. This is a very specific question, as you can appreciate, and from the best of our understanding.
Okay. J'ai une autre question. I have one last question, Mr. Chair. We had a witness last week who mentioned that your organization could provide personal data of students to the Liberal Party for election purposes. Is this true?
Ma'am, if I may say, if a fraction of what we've heard over the past 4 weeks was true, published in media or shared on social blogs or shared even by various politicians, our face would go pale. This is one of the many things that are incorrect that are being circulated.
Okay, Mr. Angus, you're up 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Sofia Marquez, who does government relations with you, her bio says that she works as a liaison with government, and yet she's not registered to lobby. Why don't you guys register to lobby government?
Happy to speak to the question, sir. So Sofia Marquez, who does government and stakeholder relations, if I may just correct you, sir, that's her title, engages multitude of stakeholders across provincial governments.
But why don't you register to lobby?
Because, sir, in fact, engaging the federal government is it has never been more than a few percentages of our budget. Yes. In fact, it represented last year 1.03%.
But how little the money you get has nothing to do with the legal obligations. It's how much time is spent. So in the last month, I mean, you've been heavily involved in these programs with Minister Chagar, Minister Ning, Bill Morneau's office is involved. Are you telling me that, that somebody in your office wasn't spending at least 7.5 hours a week doing this? Because that preparation is lobbying. Sir. Why don't you register to lobby?
Okay, time to answer.
Thank you. Previous to this point, and if I may clarify this point, the government came to us to ask for assistance on a program. Previous to this point, this was highly unusual for us to be spending any significant amount of time with the federal government on these type of proposals.
But you're getting a lot of money from them. I mean, YMCA registers to lobby, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and they don't get nearly the kind of money that you guys have gotten. So they all register. The lobbying registry is full of charities except your organization. And yet none of them, say, for example, hire the Prime Minister's mother or the Prime Minister's brother, or they have the Prime Minister's wife or Bill Morneau's daughter or fly Bill Morneau. It's the image that you're giving here is that you're getting influenced by the kind of power that you have. So when you call, man, they call you. That is lobbying, and you have an obligation, and you are not meeting that obligation.
Okay, we will go to the answer, and that will be it. If you could give the answer, gentlemen.
I will happily stand corrected by our counsel, but based on my understanding, those things that you identified, hiring the adopted daughter of Uganda of an individual, having a mother of an elected official, not an elected official capacity, but as a speaker on mental health. These things I don't believe are actually defined as lobbying.
Well, they're defined under the Conflict of Interest Act as the family of the public office holders that you're lobbying. If you read, I mean, Bill Morneau never read the Conflict of Interest Act. I think you guys should, and maybe the Lobbying Act as well.
Mr. Angus, we're going to allow an answer, and then we're going on to Ms. May. An answer, please, gentlemen.
And sir, the proportion prior to this conversation with the government, when the government approached us, when Ms. Mornick approached us with this opportunity, we have received, approximately, give or take, $5 million or so from the federal government, to the best of our knowledge, over many years, going back to 2013. The information provided to me, but that's a relatively small, very minuscule, under 3% portion of our budget. And
it's not the size of the budget,
Mr. Angus, we want an answer. Mr. Angus.
Well, I know, but he's already said that, Chair. We need an answer on the lobbying.
Mr. Angus, they need time to give an answer on the lobbying, and your question round is over, so I'm giving the gentleman time to answer the question, and then we'll go to Ms. May.
Thank you, Chair. We really appreciate it. Mr. Angus, we hear your question. We understand your concern. The answer is that previous up to this point, we've had virtually very limited engagement with the federal government seeking funds, and they, at this point, approach us.
You're hanging with their family. Come on.
Okay. You got a little further answer there, gentlemen. We'll go to Ms. May.
Monsieur le Président, j'aurais un point d'ordre.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Mr. Fortin.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, tantôt.
Mr. Chair, earlier I was cut off because the device wasn't working anymore. I had to talk about the IT people, and I'm back. I had about half of my 6 minutes that had been cut. Can I get that time back?
You have about 2 minutes coming back to you, Mr. Fortin, and I'll bring you in right after Mr. Cumming before I go to Ms. Koutrakis. So 2 more questioners, and then we'll go to your 2 minutes. Ms. May?
May I also ask a question?
Sorry, where are we at here? Gentlemen, you wanted to give a further answer?
I apologize. The clerk had agreed that every hour we would be provided about a 5 to 10 minute pause. We understand that this is quite unprecedented. Spending 4 hours. I haven't had a chance to even spend 4 hours with my 2 little girls in the last month. So we're spending a lot of quality time together, sir.
I said we'd take I said we'd take a 5-minute break at the end of the 2 hours. But if you really need a washroom break or such, we'll take a 5-minute.
It'd be lovely. We love spending time with you, sir. But just at some point, that would be lovely.
Okay, we're going to do it in about 25 more minutes. Miss May, 2.5 minutes, and then Mr. Cumming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this. And just to correct the record, and I will say, I know both Mark and Craig Kielberger, known them for years. I don't say this because I'm angry with you over it, but I do need to correct that you've never asked the Green Party to anything. You've never asked me to be a speaker. And at this point, I don't know whether I really want to thank you for that, but I do want to get to a serious question, though. I was very impressed, of course, with Michelle Douglas. I know her as well, and I'm a huge fan of hers. And I do get concerned with board governance issues. I think you may want to look in the future at what I think Mr. Barrett raised it earlier, that your role as founders, when you look on the website, you've got founders, you've got staff, and you've got the board of directors, and it's a bit murky as a governance question. But Ms. Douglas told us that there were 3 reasons that she gave for her resignation. And one of them was she couldn't get answers from you, Mark, as to why you went to Kenya twice in a period of time when the organization was in considerable difficulties. Can you explain to the committee, only because she thinks it's highly significant, I need to ask you, why did you go to Kenya twice, and why didn't you give her the information as to why you went?
Of course, Ms. May, thank you. And out of all of this, we appreciate your kind comments at the beginning as well. But very quickly, of course, going back 3 months ago, the world was topsy-turvy. I had a pre-scheduled trip to go to Kenya to help work with the organization. And then a handful of days later, when the pandemic really started to begin very significantly in earnest, when you saw governments closing borders and shutting things down, We had literally dozens of young people on international volunteer trips overseas. We had staff that were literally stuck, Canadian and American staff, that could have been stuck overseas, that some actually ended up being in a very difficult position. We had to get them out. And as the leader or a leader in the organization, I put my hand up and I said, I need to continue to be of assistance. And even though I just came back, the situation began to rapidly unfold. And I was only back in Kenya for 24 more hours at the request of the team to be of assistance where possible and to help ensure that the organization would be fine. But most importantly, our people would be fine. And I was doing my very best. They may not have articulated that under the circumstances, a very stressful time, but it was there for our people.
Did you get people out were you able to actually get Canadians home as a result of your trying there? I mean, I got a lot of people home to Canada by staying home on Zoom and calling all the right people and calling embassies and high commissions middle of the night. Did you physically have to go there to get people home?
Yeah, Ms. May, as a member of parliament, you have much more influence probably than we do in these cases. But the team, we had dozens of young people there, very complicated situation. I was there for less than 24 hours. And yes, we were able to get people home.
And if I may clarify, some of the senior team in Kenya were refusing themselves to leave because they were arranging the medical response. We have a hospital there, treats a collection of over 800,000 people in a region. We have a medical college. Mark went in to also make the medical arrangements on the ground so that our local leaders who are expats would have the confidence to return home as part of this evacuation. It was a very difficult choice. We respect Michelle Douglas's transition. The other directors transitioned in a different way. Let me just keep stressing that. But we respect Michelle Douglas's choice in the matter, and we understand why she made the choice.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Cumming, back to 5-minute rounds. James, the floor is yours, and you'll be followed by 2 minutes by Mr. Fortin and then Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the two witnesses for appearing on this very important issue. You began, quote, with incurring eligible expenses on May 5th, more than 2 months before signing the contribution agreement. Who in the government told you before May 5th that those expenses would be eligible for reimbursement?
So, sir, very good question. We put our hand up to be of assistance because the date that initially this program would be launching would be early June. This was done in coordination with the STC. We had many phone calls with them and their team, and specifically Rachel Warnick was very much aware that we were working very, very significantly on this project throughout that entire amount of time. However, I know we said it, and allow me to just add it again, that although we started working on May 5th, we were aware that that was building a network and support, that if the contract was not signed, we would not be reimbursed, and we took that risk on full knowledge ourselves.
Specifically, when did you receive that from Warnick? What day?
Oh, that was a conversation that we started to have. It was towards as close to the 4th or 5th. It was in that ballpark. But sir, we were having, if I just pause, we were having often daily conversations with the STC at that time. Many conversations a week in coordination and negotiating the contract and putting the organization and the organization's teams together. It was very much a coordinated effort, sir.
So was there an email that told you to go and which told you which expenses were eligible?
So the eligible expenses are deeply outlined in the contract through an extraordinary amount of detail.
Which came out 2 months later. So which ministers did either of you or your intermediaries communicate with in March? Who and what date?
No minister to our knowledge were we in touch with in March at all, sir.
Either of you or your intermediaries in March?
To my knowledge, looking at timelines provided to me by my team and staff, the only touch point was with ESTC civil servants on March 6th, where there was a comprehensive service learning white paper presented at per their request. That was with civil servants.
That's the best to our knowledge, of course, under the circumstances.
Okay, so of the minister's staff members in March, who did you communicate with in March, and at what dates, or can you provide that at a later date?
We're happy. So I can say with confidence, sir, that we did not, and there was not the senior most leadership in touch with anyone in the government in March. That being said, sir, we will check more broadly in the organization if there were any touch points that took place.
Okay, and in April, did either of you or your intermediaries communicate with any ministers in April?
Yes, sir. Happy to speak to that. So April 7th was a conversation with Minister Ng, a first time introductory phone call I ever spoke to her. April 9th, as per that conversation, sent her a proposal
that we had previously created on youth entrepreneurship. That proposal was also forwarded to Minister Chegar, given she has the portfolio for youth. Minister Morneau, given finance minister and our local MP, was in touch also, sir, with Minister Chegar in a phone conversation that took place. I will get you that date, sometime in the middle of April, and it was to brief her on the conversation we had with Minister Ng on social entrepreneurship, not the CSSG, to be clear. And there was one conversation that also took place, a phone call from Minister Morneau that took place on April, it was the Sunday, the 25th, 26th. And he called me asking a question about, he said he was doing a series of phone calls, checking in with businesses and nonprofits on the impact. And that call took place. I will happily put this into writing for you, sir.
Okay, and that conversation, you mean to tell me that there's no discussion around the student grant program? There is no discussion about the potential of you being involved with the student grant program?
Correct. However, sir, I will tell you that I did during the so he called me to ask questions about generally our view of the nonprofit sector and youth. I did raise with him the fact that we had spoken to Minister Ng and had submitted a proposal to her on social entrepreneurship, helping youth create small businesses. But to be very candid, completely different thing, sir. To be very candid, at that point, we weren't very interested in the social, in the service proposal. At that point, we were trying to advance our own proposal. That was the one I did raise with him. We did not discuss the CSSG at all.
But you did.
Last question, Mr. Cumming.
You did raise that you have put a proposal in front of another department, so you did raise that with Minister Morneau. This wasn't just a conversation about what's going on in the industry. There was a specific conversation about a proposal from we.
Correct, sir. I'd say that, of the length of it, it was maybe 2 minutes. I mentioned it very quickly. But yes, sir, I proactively did raise with him that we had submitted this to Minister Ng on April 9th.
Okay,
different proposal,
thank
again,
you.
allowed to support, not an iterative, nothing to do with youth service, purely helping youth create businesses.
Okay, that's clear, Mr. Fortin. Giving you back a couple of minutes due to technical difficulties. Go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kilberger, you said earlier that you hired Margaret Trudeau as a speaker because you considered her as an expert on mental health. So does that mean that there weren't any other available mental health experts to participate in your conferences?
Sir, we have an entire foundation dedicated to mental health. We've created K through 12 curricular resources on well-being.
Margaret Trudeau.
But Margaret Trudeau.
Indeed, who first broke through the issue of mental health in the public domain in Canada.
Est-ce qu'il serait pas vrai de dire que vous avez engagé?
Would it not be accurate to say that you hired Margaret Trudeau because she's the mother of Justin Trudeau and the former wife of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, former Prime Minister?
I would say that those factors may increase her brand recognition to the general public, but sir, we hired her as one of the most known mental health advocates, if not the most well-known.
Quelle est sa formation académique? Quelle est la formation académique de Madame Trudeau?
What's her academic training from Ms. Trudeau? Again, the interpreter would point out the sound is breaking up and it is virtually impossible to hear Mr. Fortin.
Sir, we have a number of individuals with PhDs who we contract with and on our staff in the mental health
Margaret Trudeau.
We were looking to her to be a spokesperson to raise awareness on the subject. We have others who build the curriculum and conduct
quelle est sa formation académique qui la qualifie?
What is her academic training? What is her experience?
Quelle expérience, Monsieur Kilberger?
What experience, Mr. Kilberger?
With great respect, sir, she has lived a life. I have lost a sister-in-law for mental health issues. It's a lived experience issue. It's not an academic training issue. She has lived experience, and 1 in 5 Canadians face this issue.
Okay.
And to say that you have to have academic experience to speak on it was served with great respect.
Seriez-vous d'accord pour dire que beaucoup de gens au Québec?
Would you agree to say that many people in Quebec and Canada have experienced mental health issues, and but you invited
Margaret Trudeau. If she had been called Margaret Fortin, would you have invited her? Again, the interpreter cannot hear Mr. Fortin adequately.
We'll let you on, Craig, in 1 sec. Mr. Fortin, your system is breaking up again. We did get the question. Gentlemen, you can answer that question, and we will go on to Mr. Morantz.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Mr. Craig, go ahead, Mr. Kielberger.
Sure. She is more than someone's mother or someone's wife. She is someone who, in her own right, has spoken extensively on mental health and is a hero to many. We invited her because she spoke on mental health. We invite individuals from Gord Downey to Chantal Petitclerc, from Romeo Dallaire to James Orbinski, to inspire on a variety of causes. I understand what you're saying here, sir. Mental health is a cornerstone of our organization, and that is why she was invited.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Mr. Morantz, followed by Mr. McLeod, and then we'll have a couple of short rounds, and we'll take...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
it's Annie. I'm sorry, but I believe that I'm the next speaker after Mr. Fortin.
Oops, sorry, you are, Annie, my mistake. Ms. Koutrakis, then Mr. Morantz, and we'll close with Mr. McLeod for a break. Mr. Koutrakis, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kielberger, for being here today. And thank you for all the good that you both have done to help children in Canada and around the world. I think it's amazing that you have both started at such young ages to be engaged in such important issues, and I commend you for that. I know many of my colleagues have asked about this, but I think I need to ask it one more time to fully understand it myself. Do you remember how many contracts previous federal governments might have awarded your organization and what they were for?
We're happy to seek that information. We've received support from ESDC, from Heritage, from Environmental for our work we've done with youth. It's been a variety dating back between the current government and previous government, but we're happy. We have specific dollar amounts, if you'd like, that we're prepared, percentages of our budget.
Okay, and thank you for that. To your knowledge, have federal conservative MPs or ministers or prime ministers or individuals who are affiliated with the Conservative Party or any other opposition party appeared at WE events and or hosted WE events?
Absolutely, and I to be very candid, we're grateful for their support. Brian Pallister, a deep supporter of ours in Manitoba, as he was leader, frequently shared on the young people. We appreciate that, Nazanin, Peter MacKay's spouse, has gotten on the stage on women's empowerment events with us. We appreciate that. Truly, probably one of the best speeches I've ever heard was actually Mike Lake with his son on autism as a member of parliament, raising awareness on this incredible issue. And may I add also NDP, Rachel Notley, when she was premier, bringing a call to action. Wab Kinew, the leader of the NDP party in Manitoba, multiple appearances talking about Indigenous issues. WE Day, every time we'd hold it in the region, the local mayors, the local premiers would be invited to come out, local education ministers. So yes, the Prime Minister was invited. As the Prime Minister, he was invited because we also invite the Governor General, we also invite other individuals to join us for these type of celebrations.
And do you recall if during the Harper government time, were you ever hosted at the Prime Minister's residence? Specifically, do you recall being hosted at 24 Sussex back in April of 2013 after WE Day in Ottawa? And do you recall who else was there that may currently still be a Conservative MP?
Oh, wow, you're going back a little bit here, but yes, obviously we appreciate Mrs. Harper hosting it at 24 Sussex. The WE Day after reception took place. We appreciate that we were joined by a number of government leaders at that time who were Conservative. Forgive me, I wouldn't know off the top of my head who was present. We appreciate that over the years, we've had support from all ranks and truly we appreciate that the issue of service isn't a political issue, and hopefully it shouldn't be a political issue in this country, that every party believes in getting youth to volunteer and serve.
And finally, and I will give you lots of time with your permission, Mr. Chair, if I could split my time with the Kielburgers brothers, because I think it's very important to make sure that we clarify misconceptions, and the best people to clarify misconceptions are Mark and Craig Kielburger. What are the worst misconceptions that you would like to perhaps clarify right now? And why would we agree to take on the risk and lose $5 million in this exercise?
I'll start with the two, and then I'll hand it over to you.
And you got about a minute and 15, guys.
Okay, let me answer it this way. We Charity made absolutely and could never have made any money in any way on this for the contribution agreement. This was the ask from the government. We did not submit a proactive proposal. Rachel Warnick asked us, and we fulfilled the request that came in. The We Charity Foundation was to solve a need the government asked us to solve. We were not in financial dire straits because we made difficult choices. Me Too We social enterprise has been incredibly misrepresented in this process and exists solely to support the charity with 100% of its profits, 100%, every penny, going to the charity and creating jobs. The main reason it exists, creating jobs for at-risk women around the world. The real estate surprisingly has exploded as an issue. We use real estate like a science center or a school. We host young people. We have our own global learning center, and we were building a series, or we were retrofitting a series of buildings to create a shared space for youth to launch their own social enterprises and own youth-led charities. Somehow that's been attacked in the press when a few months ago it was being praised now. I would say that the list continues, but fundamentally it's this. We did this to be of service to the government, not for the government to help us. And it is incredibly unfortunate, the fallout that has occurred.
Okay, we will go to Mr. Morantz, and we'll do that 5-minute round. Then we'll take a 7-minute break, and we'll start with Mr. McLeod. So, Mr. Morantz, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fellas, with which minister's staff members did either you or your intermediaries communicate with in April? Who and on what dates?
Sure, happy to speak to that. So we'll actually send you a full list, if that's all right, into writing. But to give you an overview here, the 7th, there was a conversation with Amit Singh, who's a policy advisor in finance, with Sophia, correction, that was actually, I believe, on the 8th, 7th or 8th, we need to check that for you, sir, regarding, Sophia was contacted, as was 11 other nonprofits, asking for the impact information of what was taking place on COVID in the sector. There was a conversation that took place with Michelle Kovacevic on April 9th, along with Rachel Warnick. Forgive me here. So we'll put this into writing. 19th was Rachel Warnick.
If we could get that in writing, Marty, that
would be fine. I've got sort of limited time, but I appreciate you have all the information.
Writing, we'll send it.
That would be great, as soon as you possibly can. Have you or your intermediaries communicated with the Prime Minister's office since the contribution agreement was cancelled?
So we certainly haven't. To the best of our knowledge, there's been no formal communications.
So you are discussing, though, the repayment of the funds, so there must be some communications.
Yeah. So that's specifically done with ESTC and the civil service at ESTC, sir.
Okay. Have you deleted any emails, text messages, or other written communications regarding all this since March?
No, sir.
Any in April?
No.
May?
No.
June? Ever deleted any communications?
With any, notes from my wife, sir, occasionally when she.
Okay. All right.
Let's check that for record.
Since March 1st, have you dialed into the government's conference call line?
Since March 1st. March. Yes,
of course. With part of the ESTC contract initiatives, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you provide details of when that call took place?
We can do that. Well, not on the spot, but we're happy to do that.
Sure. So
okay.
We had many conversations with ESTC during that time. There would have been dozens of phone calls, sir, with ESTC on the government
Great. And any Zoom calls did you use, or any other conferencing technology with any MP, minister, or ministerial staff member since March 1st?
I can speak with relative certainty that the only thing we could have used was a Teams bridge or a phone call bridge, but to the best of my knowledge, no Zoom or other Blue Jeans, etc.
And did you keep recordings of either those phone calls or those video calls?
We don't. That's not standard practice.
Okay. Do you have a direct email, cell, instant communication contact with Prime Minister Trudeau or Finance Minister Morneau?
We do not have an email or phone number for the Prime Minister, or never have. We do have a cell phone for. We have a phone. We must, because we have the trips information. So we have to have all the information for Morneau in our database: email, phone, emergency phone, as part of hosting. So.
Okay, and on Sunday, July 12th, you started to lay off 450 people who you had hired to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant. On what date did you begin the process to hire these people?
So that actually information is not correct in terms of the number of layoffs. The charity laid off at that point, from our understanding, 283 people, of which we still had hundreds still with the team. So we'll get you those exact information, but that's not the correct statement, sir.
And did you hire those 450 people before the...
I have it. I apologize. Just to be very clear, we had 390 employees, and just with the difficult decisions we had to make with the pandemic.
Sorry, I think he's referring to the government.
No, I'm talking about hirings related to the agreement.
Sorry.
My apologies, sir.
We will get you the numbers of who after the conclusion of the agreement.
But when did you start to hire those people in order to execute on the yet unsigned contribution agreement?
Yeah, we started reaching out prior to that being signed to ask if people were available pretty quickly, because we had to know if we had enough staff.
Did you hire anyone, though, before it was signed?
We probably did, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and then we would have burned the
And
financial.
so, if
Last
you could let
question,
us know,
Mr. Moritz.
How many people you hired before the agreement was signed?
We can get that to you, sir.
Okay.
We would know that.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I'll just give you the lineup. Mark and Craig, you can take a break while I go through the list here. We will come back at 4:01. So the lineup for questions will be Mr. McLeod first, Mr. Fortin next, and only for 2.5 minutes, but can somebody check his technology to make sure it's going to work? Mr. Julian, I believe, is on for the next 2.5. Then 5-minute rounds, Mr. Polyev, Mr. Fregaskatis, Mr. Barrett, and Mr. Polyev, Mr. Sabera, Mr. Barrett, and Ms. Zerowitz. So that's the lineup. When we come back, we'll be back at 4:01. Meeting suspended.
3:01 Ottawa time.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm looking at my clock. I'm ahead of you guys by now. 3:01 Ottawa time. We'll suspend till then. Thank you. Meeting suspended. Give people an update. Mr. McLeod, you'll be up first, 5 minutes. Then Mr. Fortin, 2.5. Mr. Julian, 2.5. Mr. Polyev, 5. Mr. Sabera, 5. Do you have a way of contacting the Kielburgers there? Maybe they took my time. 4-0. No, there they are. Okay, good, gentlemen. Just to give you a heads up, starting off, the translators, the interpreters are having still a little difficulty with your mic, especially for Craig. So if you could maybe keep them a little closer, it's coming through a little soft. So, Mr. McLeod, you're in an earlier part of the country. You and Mr. Julian are in a different, earlier time zone. We'll go with you, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to say thank you to the presenters. 4 hours to be sitting answering questions, a long time, and appreciate you coming forward. We're hearing a lot of information, so I appreciate that. I represent the Northwest Territories. I'm the MP for the Northwest Territories, and I have to admit that we have a limited presence in the North with the We Charity, and it's certainly a complex organization, and it's becoming very apparent that it's supporting by all parties, and all parties have people that have participated with We. There's been a lot of media attention on your organization, paying for a high-profile individual to travel on We trips to other countries such as Africa to see the impact of We's global projects. You said in a statement a few days ago that the We has invited several people, ambassadors, and other people to participate in these trips, and that this is something that many international charities and humanitarian agencies do. They operate in a similar manner. So could you tell us if We Charity has taken other conservative or other parties, be conservative or ND politicians in the past to go on some of these trips? That's my first question.
Yes, sir. We appreciate that service is not a political issue. Hopefully it's not a political issue, that many politicians have joined us in service. And I say this not to get him into any trouble, in fact, the exact opposite, because I know he's getting some flack for this, which is unfortunate. Scott Moe came and worked like crazy over the winter break, helped out to build, to teach, to serve with his wife. And that's how he chose to help build at our college, chose to teach at our college in Kenya, was helping out at our medical projects that we have there. People like Charlie Angus, for example, his own children have joined us in the past in Nicaragua. We appreciate, sir, that their commitment has been, we know it's not a political issue when someone's children join us, and they've helped to build and teach and serve. We welcome people from all walks of life who benefit through doing these type of service projects that we're able to provide.
I was quite impressed when I looked at your organization, and it's very complex. It has many parts to it, many different subsidiaries, and it also had many partnerships. and the one that came to the forefront for me as an Indigenous person was the Aboriginal Education Initiative and the We Stand Together campaign, promoting Indigenous history in the classrooms and creating awareness of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis realities facing our communities. It's something I talk about on a non-stop basis, so it was very important to me. And I was very impressed with the number of people that come to your organization and speak on these initiatives. Could you maybe clarify for me, when people come and they do a cross-Canada speaking tour, I'm taking that not to be a wee day, but an auxiliary event that you spoke about, and they do get compensated or their expenses get compensated. I think it's important that we separate the wee day engagements from the auxiliary events, and so people can understand that.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you for raising that. So our work global has been well documented, 1,500 schools and classrooms around the world, clean water medical for about 1 million people that we've been able to establish around the world. Not as well known sometimes is our domestic work, and I think that's sometimes misunderstood. For example, Sacred Circle is a program that we've now run for over a decade. It was actually Sean Atleo, who was the person who helped us to frame it, which is a leadership training program for Indigenous youth, most often in fly-in communities in Canada, to help young people be social entrepreneurs, to identify a problem in their own communities and then to be the heroes of their own problem to help to solve that issue. Likewise, We Stand Together, sir, that you identified, is an educational program running in Canadian schools to teach non-Indigenous students to better understand the past, present, and future of Indigenous students in Canada. In fact, part of what we have been doing in Canada has been trying to build these various systems to help young entrepreneurs in Canada. And something that's been unfortunately misunderstood has been in Toronto, we've established a series of buildings to retrofit to create free space to welcome young entrepreneurs to set their own charities or their own social enterprises. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, it's on pause. But these are the type of innovative projects that in Canada we try to do to serve youth. And you're right, sir, that our operation is complex because in our heart, we're entrepreneurs. We create new systems. We want to build to create.
Yeah, sir, we also started when we were kids. I mean, Craig was 12, I was 17. It's kind of like building a house, and you have a small little house, and you add a wing, and then you add a skylight, and then you add a little makeshift swimming pool for your kids. And yes, we recognize we do have a complex organization. And that's why we're bringing in Cone Ferry to help us. But this wasn't done out of malice or anything other than that. It was just done, as
25 years of being entrepreneurs.
Okay, I'll stop you there because I wanted to get clarification on a couple things.
One quick question there, Michael.
Okay, Michelle Douglas appeared just before you. She's a former chair of the board, as you know. She stated that she didn't know speakers received fees for speaking at WE event. Why would she not know that?
Well, thank you for asking, sir. So we actually, again, allow me to reiterate this very importantly. We believe speaking on the We Day stage is an honor and a privilege to address 10, 20,000 young people at a time to share your story. It's typically 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes max on the stage. And it's not a hard thing to get people who want to speak in front of 20,000. The challenge is difficulty is having someone come into a city to do multiple educator events, multiple breakfasts, fundraisers, cocktail parties, evening events, gala events. Just like other charities, we engage through a speaking bureau with the proper processes in place, someone to help us find the talent to engage in those type of activities. We don't do telemarketing. We don't do street canvassing. We don't do mass mailing. We don't do fundraising of that type of nature. But by bringing in these type of educational speakers to events, it allows us to bring partners and sponsors to the table. This is part of our model, and it works really well. But to clarify again, this is not just to get up at the stage at We Day, as per Ms. Douglas's comments. This is for a different purpose that supports the organization's mission.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm just going to ask for a point of clarification there, if I could, fellas. What you're saying then is the individual is not really paid for the We Day event. They're paid for the other events auxiliary to that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So the contract is, of course, with We Day. This is the easiest way to make the contract. But the purpose, sir, of their compensation is for them to come and help us with the auxiliary events because that's what's less exciting and lots of days, and that's the understanding that we had with these individuals, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fortin. Hopefully your internet is working this time. The floor is yours. 2.5 minutes. We're into those rounds again.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kielburger, I apologize for the problems with the technology. But having said that, I'd like to go back to what I was saying. We were talking about Margaret Trudeau. Are you hearing me, Mr. Chairman?
Through in both languages at the same time. Are you on the French on your...
Oh, no, I'm not. Okay.
Okay.
Je suis
Start
sur le
over.
français maintenant, Monsieur le Président.
There.
I'm on the French channel now, Mr. Chairman. Oh, but... Well, so what I wanted to know, Mr. Kielburger, is this. You hired Margaret Sinclair Trudeau because she is the former spouse of Pierre Trudeau and the mother of the Prime Minister. You hired the brother of the Prime Minister. You hired the Prime Minister's wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, all to speak. You had Mr. Morneau and his wife on vacation. All of those links. Well, in fact, you also mentioned that during a conference you accidentally mentioned you spoke to the Prime Minister, but I see that as a very close relationship between you and the Trudeau and Morneau families. Would you agree with me that your links with the Trudeau family and the Morneau family are close links, close ties?
Well, sir, how I would answer the question this way is I've never seen the Prime Minister or Sophie Gregoire Trudeau in a social setting. Neither of us have. We've never had a meal with them. We've never socialized with them ever. So if it depends what your definition of close is. We have welcomed Sophie Gregoire Trudeau to be the ambassador for our mental health programs, and she has been extraordinary in raising awareness. We have welcomed Margaret Trudeau because she is a mental health advocate. In the case of the Morneau family, the McCain-Morneau family are very generous philanthropists, and we've hosted them on humanitarian trips. And all of this is in furtherance to the cause. But sir, again, what we're doing here is fulfilling the purpose of our charity, and that is a difference than a personal relationship.
Oui, mais je critique pas ça, Monsieur Kielburger. Je comprends très bien.
Well, I understand clearly, Mr. Kielburger, and if I were you, I might say the same thing, but where we might not have done the same thing. Once you've said all of that, how can you explain that you have never registered for the lobbyist registry, and as responsible for government relations, there is a great deal of money at stake here. The last contract we're talking about, which was for some 900 million, you were... Again, the interpreter apologizes, but the sound continues to break up for Mr. Fortin. How...
Mr. Fortin, I don't know what is wrong with your internet system, but it is down again. It isn't your mic. I understand it's the internet system. Did you pick up enough of that question, either Mark or Craig, to answer it? If you could answer that, we'll go to Mr. Julian.
Yeah, allow us, of course, to answer your question, sir. That firstly, and I say this with great respect, Margaret Trudeau is more than someone's mother. Sophie Gregoire Trudeau is more than someone's husband, wife. That we live and we engage with individuals on the merit that they also bring themselves as individuals to these important causes. And I feel I need to correct record that, sir. But to the heart of your question, why we didn't register is because based on our understanding of the time definition involved, and in the vast majority of these cases, what we're describing, in fact, everything until last month, or 2 months ago, I should say, that this was a minimal amount of time to fill out a government application for a grant. We recognize that when we were approached by ESDC, that in the month of April, the amount of time increased. And frankly, we're working with our team to determine whether that should have triggered us to register. And we're happy to look into that question, sir, for the month of April, when the government proactively approached us. Honestly, sir, we didn't think at that point that something was necessary because they were calling us to be helpful to them. we're looking into the matter. We're happy to look further into the matter.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fortin. We're well over time, Mr. Fortin. Mr. Fortin, we cannot. You are breaking up. We can't hear you. You're over time. So, Mr. Julian, Mr. Julian, the floor is yours.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Well, I'm listening.
OK, mais Monsieur le Président,
what's your point of order?
Mon point d'ordre, c'est que j'utilise l'appareil que...
My point of order is that I'm using the device that Parliament has provided. I have all the equipment that has been provided by the government. The IT services have called me and I can't do my job because the equipment from the Parliament is not working. Then I can't fulfill my duties. Members participating in committees are using all of the equipment necessary. Otherwise, it's our work as parliamentarians that we cannot fulfill. This is a very difficult situation, and I cannot accept that I can't properly interview the Kilberger brothers. And on Thursday, it will be the Prime Minister. The 330 members of Parliament, we have the right to be heard and to have our questions answered. I want, Mr. Chair, for you to do something so that I get the adequate equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Fortin. We will have IT look into that. I understand it isn't the mic or the equipment. It may be the internet itself, but we will look into. We'll have IT look into that. You are right. You need to be able to participate fully in the hearings, and we will have somebody look into it. Mr. Julian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to both of you for being available for 4 hours. We have a lot of questions, and we're seeking answers. My first question is just to clarify from previous answers. Is it true that no payments on expenses, no speaker fees were paid to any member of the Trudeau family prior to the Prime Minister's election in November 2015?
So there was one payment that we had disclosed this prior to Mr. Trudeau being in public life to Sophie Trudeau, who came to speak at one of our days in Montreal, I believe. The payments, from our understanding, ranges between $1,400 and $1,500. Let's go with $1,500 just to be safe. But that was back many, many years ago, sir.
And no subsequent payments to Ms. Gregoire Trudeau.
Okay, thank you for that, and you'll be providing full information. So we look forward to comparing the period prior to the Prime Minister's election to the period after the Prime Minister's election. I want to come back to the important point that you've made about the We Charity Foundation and limited liability. Now, of course, in the event of a program like this, there are considerable liability issues, as you've mentioned. In the event of a significant lawsuit, if the foundation was basically being invested with the liability and didn't have assets, that would substantially increase the risk to the federal government. Did you clearly communicate to ESDC through the process of signing the contract on June 23rd that We Charity Foundation had no assets and would not be able to sustain any significant liability issues?
So here's the good news, sir, that we were very clear, and it was also, I believe, in the contract, if not mistaken, that we had tens of millions of dollars of insurance that we added as course to the foundation to ensure that this whole initiative was protected. And of course, in case of liability, the government and specifically the program
and the
taxpayers were well protected. So we took that issue very seriously, sir.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, were you very clear in communicating to SDC that the contract was being signed with the We Charity Foundation, a company or a foundation that has no assets?
Sir, we didn't have a specific conversation around the monetized, the amount of assets
but they were clear, and yes, ESD was clear that that this was with the We Charity Foundation specifically to help limit liability, sir. And so on the first page of the contract, I'm sure you've seen it. It is in big bold letters, sir. It was a thoughtful conversation we had multiple times with the ESDC on this matter.
But at no point did ESDC or any ministers raise the fact that the assets of the other associated companies and the charity were actually elsewhere, and that We Charity Foundation has no assets. Is that a fair? Is that a fair? Is that a fair? A fair indication of what was discussed with the federal civil servants and the ministers?
As discussed with the federal civil service, sir, and as written into the contract in section 22 was the insurance to mitigate the very concern you've expressed.
Now, the issues around liability and the teacher's incentive, you did mention you got a lot of liability advice. We've, of course, heard from witnesses that the teacher's incentive could also provoke liability issues around issues like privacy. What advice did you get around the issue of liability and the teacher's incentive that was part of the overall offer?
Sir, can you clarify the teacher's incentive? We are unclear about your statement, sir.
Well, that there were potential payments made to teachers who recruited students to the program.
So we're very glad you asked that question, because that's another misconception. Yeah, sir, I appreciate that. There were no payments for recruiting students. That was an inaccuracy reported in the press and shared, unfortunately, by certain individuals. The program structure was such that during the pandemic, nonprofits were reeling, and many of them didn't have the in-house staff to manage and supervise the volunteers. So ESDC asked We Charity to personally ensure that we, as We Charity would ensure through hiring staff, these are these teachers you refer to directly supervise up to 20,000 young people for their service work with various nonprofits. These teachers were not, they could make it available, of course, to their students, but they were specifically hired, just like summer teachers, over the course of the summer months to work directly with a cohort of students, to support them, to match them, to coach them, to check in, to verify their service. This was a very active, involved role that they played, because we didn't want this to be a burdensome program on the nonprofits to have to accept these young volunteers.
We'll have to go back to Mr. Julian. We're considerably over time, Mr. Julian, but we'll go with one more question.
I'm concerned that you're not answering our questions. You're answering other questions, but not answering this one.
Ask it again.
The issue of liability, what that would mean in terms of this overall program. The risk to the federal government obviously was considerable. It doesn't appear that there was real discussion beyond the issue of some insurance, but that doesn't cover overall liability. Was there any discussion with ESDC around the liability contained within the overall program, whether you call it a teacher's incentive or a teacher's supervisory grant or whatever? Was there discussion with ESDC about liability issues, and what was the advice that you got from your lawyers around setting this program up?
Absolutely, sir. The conversation with ESDC was about liability. ESDC was asking us to take on the liability, and that was the concern. ESDC and the government of Canada, for the first 40,000 young people, said that the liability rests solely with We Charity. And it's under those circumstances we explained that we were very concerned under the circumstances of having 40,000 young people volunteer during a pandemic and us to assume full liability for that. We explained that we had a different structure, and we needed to have the liability and, of course, the corresponding insurance in that structure in case something went wrong. And that was the conversation we had.
Okay. So then that's why you chose the shell company structure.
Sure, it's not a shell company. I just want to stress again, this is an inaccurate statement. It's a foundation. It's a registered charity. And so characterizing it, sir, with great respect as a shell company is factually inaccurate.
Okay, we are going to end it there, considerably over time, but that's the first time Mr. Julian was in. The lineup will be, because people have asked me this again, first will be Mr. Polyev for 5 minutes, then Mr. Sabaro, then Mr. Barrett, and then Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Polyev.
Yes or no, have you or any of your intermediaries communicated with the Prime Minister's office since the contribution agreement was canceled? Yes or no?
We have not, and to our knowledge, there have not been.
So you have no intermediary who has communicated with the Prime Minister's office since the cancellation of the contribution agreement?
Sir, you're asking to our knowledge? No, like to our knowledge, we can answer the question. We have not.
You're under oath.
Sir, I'm very much aware of that. Yes.
Good.
And for every
Do
statement.
you have any direct email, cell, or instant communications with any minister after March the 1st?
Any minister after March? Direct communication? Yes, sir. With
I said email, cell, instant communication, or
yes.
other electronic communication. Yes.
With 3 ministers, sir. Yes.
Name them, please.
Minister Ng, Minister Chagar, and Minister Morneau.
And you commit to sharing those conversations with the committee?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any similar electronic communication with staff members of ministers' offices?
Yes, we're happy to provide that also, sir.
You began incurring expenses on March the 5th, eligible expenses. Who told you that you would be eligible for expense reimbursement on March 5th, given that the contribution agreement would not be signed for more than a month?
Sir, ESDC, when we did the contract negotiations with them, we mutually agreed that March 5th would be the start date.
When did you agree that?
We'd have to get you the exact date, sir, but it was part of the contract negotiation period. We actually, during that time, we're
contract negotiation. That it was our contract.
Mr. Polyev, please allow the gentleman to ask the question. We got ample time. If we got to go over a little in your round, we will. Mark, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. We were working diligently through that period. ESTC was aware that we were working diligently through that period. ESTC suggested that March, that date, excuse me, that the date you mentioned, to be very specific, make the date.
When did they suggest that?
I would have to go back to our records, sir, but we were all working in coordination throughout that entire period, sir.
Was it before the 5th of May?
Check my records, sir.
Okay. Did anyone else suggest to you that you could begin incurring eligible expenses other than ESDC?
No, sir.
Did either you or any of your intermediaries communicate with anyone in the office of Bill Morneau after March the 1st?
Yes.
Who?
Well.
The office. I mean his staff now.
Yes. Multiple touch points on 2 matters. One was Emmett Singh. April 7th.
Good.
Emmett Singh reaches out to have a conversation with Sofia Marquez and 11 other nonprofits. There are a number of touch points. We can get you all the touch points with Emmett Singh. And so those conversations took place. And then also with Miss Michelle Kovacic.
Yeah.
Kovacic.
She's not in his office. She's in the department.
Okay, sorry, sir. And then we would have also had conversations subsequent to the termination with the office of Mr. Morneau related to, or the family office. We need to look into that, whether it was the family office or whomever, on the payment related to the trip of the McCain-Morneau family.
Right. Okay. Did you ever have contact with Katie Telford?
No.
Or your emissaries, your intermediaries? No one in your organization?
Not to our knowledge.
Okay. Ben Chin?
Not to our knowledge. I met him before all this once, but no.
And the chief of staff to Ms. Chagar?
Yeah. Yes. Wait, subsequent to can you repeat your question again? Time frame?
Since March the 1st.
Yes.
Elder Marcus.
I don't know who that is.
No.
It's in the office of the finance minister.
We did not have conversations.
No.
All right. Now, Justin Trudeau appeared in a We Are Canada video. Did he come to a studio to pose so that the cameras could circle him and beam those very impressive light high-tech images on his forehead and across his body?
So the what you're referring to was 10 videos that took place with 10 distinct individuals in a 50 portraits individual series.
Right. Did he come into a studio?
We will allow the Kielburgers to answer the question without interruption if we could, and then we'll go to one final question, Mr. Polyev.
I actually, sir, I do very much appreciate you raising this because I think it's been strongly misunderstood in the press.
Yeah.
that
Did he go to
we
the studio?
organized.
Well, they'll answer the question and then you'll get your question, Pierre.
So as part of 150 Canada, there were curricular resources put together that included a 50 portrait series of volunteers across the country in service.
Right.
10 individuals who are engaged in various forms of service. And members of parliament, sir, we believe is service. So we included the Prime Minister of one of 10 videos,
right.
other individuals who were involved. Whether it was done in a studio, I have to look into that question unless you know.
We're not aware, sir.
Yeah.
All right. And
last question.
And that the 10 portrait that were part of this program, that was all part of the Heritage Canada funded grant that you received, the $1.18 million.
So we're not sure if the video specifically itself was part of that initiative. Part of the overall initiative was not only just for the Canada 150 educational initiatives, but it was also for the We Day itself that we had on Parliament Hill on July 2nd. So we would have to look into that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all. We'll turn to
point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order?
I just want to confirm that I've understood the response from the Kielburgers on the point of whether or not the $1.18 million Heritage Canada grant was used in part to finance this advertisement. They said they pledged to look into it. That's nice. Will they give us the answer in writing?
I don't believe that's a point of order, but we will allow an additional answer, and if they have to provide further information, they will. Could you restate your answer, gentlemen?
So, indeed. So we had both government funds that were provided. We also had for Canada 150 a number of not-for-profit and corporate sponsors. To answer your question, we'd have to look at whether this component, the 10-part video series, the 50 portraits, where the specific funding came for it. We'll happily look into that question and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Then Mr. Sabera, followed by Mr. Barrett. Francesco, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Wayne. Good afternoon, everyone. A couple questions on clarification. If we can be as quick in our answers, I would appreciate that to the Kielburgers. First thing, you've mentioned in terms of payments to speakers that was a differential in terms of not paying people or not having the usual practice of paying people at We Day events, but paying people or individuals at auxiliary events. Can you list folks or and how much they were paid for these auxiliary events?
Sir, so once again, these speakers, yes, they were invited to come in We Day, and the contracts often would, of course, reference We Day, but it was the auxiliary events, as we shared, specifically that was where we needed the support, we needed the help, and people participated as we shared. The speaker contracts that we have, we've been informed by this, are confidential, so we just have to look into that issue with our lawyers.
And so to be very clear, we're not trying to hold anything back, but we do want to respect the privacy of individuals who we may not, frankly, want to drag into what has become a highly political conversation. And it's very unfortunate.
I would say it's a very important conversation. This second question I have is with regards to, and I've read through the funding agreement between We Charity Foundation of Canada and the Pertinent Minister's Office. The $500 million program, that was all funds directly going to was supposed to be going to 40,000 students across this country, correct?
Actually, that's incorrect, sir. It was for up to 100,000 young people, or specifically 100,000 young people. And the program itself was up to 543 million, depending on the number of volunteer hours of service. Our assumption, based on the models that we did, sir, that this would be closer to $200 to $300 million based on the number of volunteer hours.
Okay, so it would have been 100,000 students receiving approximately $3,000 or $4,000 each for volunteer hours across this country, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And the We Charity Foundation of Canada was to have made $0 from administrating this program, correct?
Correct. So this was all done as part of an expense reimbursement initiative. And that's how the contract was set up, sir. And it's all about eligible expenses. So all the dollars specifically for this program needed to be used for the program, and anything else would be returned back to the government of Canada, sir.
Okay. In terms of looking at, and there's been a lot of ink spilt on this in terms of looking at the corporate entities and look, I sat on the user counter standards body of Canada for a number of years, but in my private life before entering public life, which I have the privilege of doing so now. And I've looked at thousands, if not financial statements on a quarterly or annual basis and understanding organizations, how they're structured. When you entered into this contract with the pertinent federal agency, in terms of the advice you received both within in-house and outside, it was advised to you that you need to structure your corporation or entity to run this program in a certain manner. Is that not correct?
Sir, correct. So we had already the Weak Charity Foundation specific rule was to help us limit liability. We were given professional advice based on the specific and very significant request from the Government of Canada to ensure that we were assuming full liability for the first 40,000 young people volunteering during a pandemic. Yes. That we needed to help insulate liability because of that situation, sir.
Okay, and I've read the sections in terms of identification, in terms of insurance. So I understand that the insurance was purchased for, the reasons for, and that you folks were strictly running this program basically on a zero earn basis to have 100,000 young people across this country at this most extraordinary period of time in not only Canada's history and the world's history benefiting from this program. That was the intent of the program.
That's correct, sir. And unfortunately, based on the situation with some of the politics and some of the inaccurate representations, this has been mischaracterized. We really simply wanted to help kids. We didn't come asking for this initiative. This initiative was requested of us. We're gutted to see the situation, the circumstances. We just simply wanted to help. We were asked to help, and as Canadians who care deeply about these issues, we put up our hand.
And you do have a track record. I need to point that out. I'm not here to ask favorable or unfavorable questions, but I do want to get some clarifications. In the media, it has been reported, or from sources, it's been reported out there that the data you folks collect, that you have thousands of kids registering, thousands of youth registering, very well intentioned. That data has never been shared. And there's walls in investment banking or in the financial world. There's walls between different sectors and different groups. That data has never been shared to a political or corporate entity. Is that correct?
Sir, indeed. Vivian Krause, I know, made that allegation. And frankly, this is just one of multiple allegations why we frankly wanted to come here to properly address and correct, because what we've seen in the press without sourcing and fact checking that has been published, and what we've seen on social media online, and what we've heard from individuals on this and other matters, it's simply false. And so we appreciate your kindness in saying we have a 25-year record, and we hope that will be judged in context of the past 25 days also. So just let me add very quickly.
Very short question, Francesco.
No, I was just going to say, I just want to remind everyone, the two gentlemen that are here with us for 4 hours today are under oath. I wanted to make sure they answered those questions very clearly and got that on the record. So I thank them for that, Chair, and I'm finished with my questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and I believe Mark, you had an additional answer there, did you?
Sir, I was excuse me. I was just going to add, our mother is 80 years old. She's a retired school teacher. She often says to us, "Don't believe everything you read on Twitter." So I wish Madam Krause and others also shared some of that advice, but we're doing our best.
And Chair, if I can just finish off my 10 seconds, I understand the Kilburgers are from the Thornhill part of York Region, which is neighboring next to my riding, I believe, in another MP's riding.
I think you're out of time, Mr. Sabera. Mr. Barrett, and on to Ms. Zerowitz.
Your organization began working on the program weeks before the official announcement and before it was even approved by Cabinet. And yesterday in the Toronto Star, it said that you began incurring eligible expenses on May the 5th. Seems pretty risky. What grounds did you have to do this, and what assurances did you have from the Government of Canada about spending money before the program had been approved?
Sir, we really wanted to help. We understood that the circumstances necessitated us to put up our hand as quickly as possible. The date of the program launch shifted many times. This was originally supposed to be early June, and then of course it ended up being the end of June. We were given no formal assurances, so we took the risk itself because simply, sir, we wanted to be ready for helping the students.
Well, and we run a charity. This is what we do. Our whole mission for 25 years has been service to young people, so we were willing to take this risk in service to young people.
Right. So a few times you've said that the government reached out to you. Ms. Kovacek testified that on April 20th, her office, she testified, and I quote, "The next day, April 20th, my minister's office connected with We Charity to discuss their ability to deliver volunteer opportunities. The record of this call from my minister's office note that We Charity will rework their 10-week summer program proposal to fully meet the policy objective of national service and increase their current placement of 8,000 to double." So So it sounds like there was a proposal made, and the government reworked that with you. It wasn't that they proactively reached out to you. You, in fact, initiated first contact with the government.
Oh, I'm glad you asked this. Thank you. So we had a proposal on social entrepreneurship. So the target audience was youth out of school. It was going to be a year-long program. It was linking them with corporate Canada to be mentors, and the purpose was to help them launch businesses. In short, this had nothing in any similar manner, besides the fact that it was youth, to do with the CSSG.
And the monetary amount?
Oh, it was between $8 to $14 million in total for the full 12 months. So this was not an iterative approach. This was not an evolutionary approach. These were two completely separate proposals.
How many variations of those proposals did you submit to the government? How many variations of any proposal did you submit to government after March 1 this year?
So we submitted one on youth employment, that youth entrepreneurship one. There were no iterations on it. Sadly, it did not go anywhere. We submitted one on the early ask that Rachel Warnick asked us to submit, when she asked me on the 19th. We submitted that on the 22nd. And then we worked with ESDC for multiple iterations. They weren't no formal submissions.
Would you be prepared to provide those proposals to the committee?
And it will clear up a lot of questions. We were,
sir, including one of the areas we like to clear up formally is that this whole concept of $10 an hour for volunteer service. We were very much concerned about that. We've voiced that concern multiple times, sir, as an example.
We'll look forward to reading that in your submission.
We felt, just Mr. Chair, just one moment, please. We felt, it did need to be minimum wage. Like, these are some of the pieces that, we felt very passionate about as part of this process. But, we were working with what was asked of us, sir.
Which ministers or ministerial offices did your organization send proposals of any kind after March 1st?
Same three, sir, as your colleague asked me. So Minister Ng, Minister Chagar, Minister Morneau, the first proposal was sent to Minister Ng on the 9th, then forwarded to those other two individuals. The second was sent on the 22nd. That was the Rachel Warnick ask to those three ministers.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Ms. Zerowitz, go ahead.
Has the Conservatives run out of questions? Because they're starting to repeat multiple times. Mr. Poilievre repeated a number of Mr. Morantz's questions, and now Mr. Barrett has repeated a number of the previous Conservative questions. Have they run out of questions?
I don't think that's a point of order. You made your point,
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on that point of order, Chair.
Yep.
On the point of order.
Yes.
My questions are unique. They are mine to ask. Ms. Zerowitz wants to play defense for her team. I'm looking to get answers for Canadians. So if I could continue my time uninterrupted, I would appreciate it.
You can continue your time. That's not a point of order in any event, and you have about a minute and a half left.
Thank you. So with respect to events around We Day. So we heard that the event that Margaret Trudeau spoke at on July 2nd, 2017, she wasn't paid for that event. Was she paid for any other events that weekend?
Sir, no, she was not. And sir, I just want to stress again, we're happy to answer your questions. We're here to answer the questions.
Thank you. With respect to Mr. Theo Fleury, who did participate in one of your events, did he participate in any event outside of the We Day stage?
Thank you, sir. I believe he participated in one. We have great respect for him. I'm a big fan. However, our understanding that his activities outside of We Day were very limited, but can't speak that directly. But I would assume that the answer is likely no, sir.
So he was not remunerated for those Halo events?
So we're not sure if he was the Halo events, and I can't speak to that directly. But when we bring in speakers, sir, who are paid is for the multitude of ancillary events that are formal and formalized within their schedule.
Well, allow me to. I don't recall any auxiliary event ever. So I'm pretty confident that that was the reason why he wasn't remunerated.
Yeah, but again, a wonderful person and thrilled to have his message.
Absolutely grateful for as the hundreds of people over the We Day stage to welcome over 1 million young Canadians in 70 million hours.
We're very grateful for all of them.
Last question, Mr. Baird.
With respect to the change in the fall of 2015 and your interest in paying members of the Trudeau family to speak, was there a particular change in their qualification other than that Justin Trudeau had been elected as the Prime Minister? Because I've heard before Liberal members really want to talk about the wife of former Prime Minister Stephen Harper Laureen Harper did host an event, and so they were keenly interested in that. So I'm wondering if Mr. Lake, Madame Harper, Mr. Pallister, were they paid by your organization, or did they engage you with a $500 million contract?
Sir, we really appreciate the fact that as Premier Pallister did a welcoming at the beginning. We appreciate the fact that given his work for autism, and the Member of Parliament, Mike Lake, spoke with his son multiple times on the We Day stage, which is extraordinary. And we appreciate that Margaret Trudeau, as an activist on mental health, again, 1 in 5 Canadians, sir, and this is a massive issue that we are facing with young people in this country, that we invited her to come and speak on this topic, and not just the We Day stage, sir, to go to countless events to raise awareness, to help with donations that were raised for the charity. And this was a very successful and a smart thing for the charity. We don't do telemarketing, we don't do street canvassing, we don't do mass fundraising. This is how we as a charity further our mission. And I appreciate the integrity of your question, sir. I sincerely do. But she was there as a mental health advocate.
And sir, just one additional piece, just very quickly, Mr. Chair, is that we did invite former Prime Minister Harper many times to speak out.
Okay, then we will go to Ms. Zerowitz for 5 minutes, on to Ms. Goodrow for 2.5, and Mr. Julian for 2.5. Ms. Zerowitz, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have 3 key questions, but before I get to it, I just want to clarify very quickly, so please go through this quickly. I want to clear up the misperception that the only people that have been paid for auxiliary programs were actually in the Trudeau family. Can you please, subsequent to this, just provide a list to us? It might not be a list of names because you said there's privacy things that you might not be able to follow, but maybe even a list to say, in 2019, we paid 100 people and it was, this type of range. Just give us some sort of a document that sort of provides us with data that shows that there's been a whole bunch of speakers that have been paid for auxiliary programs, and it's not just the Trudeau family. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes, thank you. I just want to confirm very formally under oath that it's not just members of the Trudeau family who have done this. A series of other speakers have also participated in that process.
Okay, thank you so much. And then this another comment, Mr. Craig Kielburger, you had mentioned that Mr. Morneau happened to call you, and during that conversation, and it was just a conversation, but he was asking in general how things were going, and then you sort of mentioned that you had submitted the entrepreneurship program. Can you just clarify that you mentioned that you submitted the program as opposed to discussing the program?
Correct. I said that I had submitted it to Minister Ng because of the small business connection. We didn't discuss it in great length.
Okay, perfect. And now I'm going to get to my question. One of the key things that we have to determine here is, how did we get to selecting We Charity? Can you maybe for about 20 seconds or 25 seconds explain what sets we apart? Like what sets We Charity? Like, why is it that We Charity was the best organization to actually deliver
point of order,
this
Mr. Chair. Point of order.
A point of order, Mr. Barrett. What's your point of order?
I just wanted to confirm that Ms. Zerowitz was concerned that points were being restated, and so she's asking them to restate something they said during their opening statement. So just trying to be consistent. Just trying to be consistent, Mr. Chair.
Not restating anything. Not restating anything,
okay,
Mr. Chair.
We'll not get into an argument here. We will go to back to questions.
Allow me to answer the question this way. It's what the clerk of the Privy Council said. It's what Rachel Warnick said. 25 years, we engage 7,000 schools across Canada through service programs. We have the largest Facebook and social media presence, engaging youth coast to coast to coast. We work in Indigenous communities, New Canadians. We have staff and operations that serve. We have the ability to build national service projects. We've done this twice in the past with distinct groups, and we were willing to literally do this at a drop of hat. We said we will put our organization on pause because we thought that this was something that Canada needed. And frankly, I just got to say that the fallout of this has been unbelievable. Now that's damaging so many of the service projects of what we've tried for the past 25 years in our lives to try to build.
Okay, so I have 2 more questions. There was Ms. Douglas had mentioned to us that she had left the board, she had resigned, and there was a number of other board members that had resigned. Does that mean that there was a big gap in your governance, so there was no one on your board anymore and you didn't have proper governance for a period of time? How was that dealt with when Ms. Douglas and a number of other board members left? So how did you ensure that there was proper continued governance of We Charity?
So we, during a pandemic, the senior staff and Ms. Douglas had a disagreement over the nature of reporting. Daily oral briefs were being provided, 14 over the course of the month, but we respect what she was asking for in writing. And due to the extraordinary circumstances, the team was not able to provide that. As you heard, we had a conversation. I asked her to serve 3 more months. She decided at that moment to step aside. I respect that decision. That took place. Separately, there was a planned renewal process that took place with other board members. So on a different space point period, the board members made a transition where today 3 of the 8 board members continue to serve. They served throughout the whole process. They're our head of finance on the board, a former BlackRock Deloitte individual, our head of legal, a partner at one of the largest law firms in the US, and the former director of education of Toronto Public, all continue to serve, in addition to 5 individuals who joined, who had been pre-identified before the pandemic to bring their skill sets. I am extraordinarily grateful to Ms. Douglas for her service, and she raised very valid points, and we commit to continuing to strengthen our governance, because she's right, we have to do better. But this was part of a larger, slightly more nuanced undertaking that took place.
Thank you. I have one more question. And this actually is another thing that Ms. Douglas had mentioned. She had said that part of her concern was that there was the capacity of the organization. A lot of the layoffs. So she said around 400 of the 1,000 was actually laid off. So there was a huge concern. And for me, my concern was when we were sort of selecting We Charity, did you guys actually have the capacity to be able to actually deliver the program? So if you could actually address that.
Thank you. We very much had the capacity. So the layoffs went from 390 employees for We Charity, and at the end we were down to, quite sincerely, a wonderful team of 187. So the team was impacted. We needed to make some very strong decisions because of this pandemic, but we also had an alumni network. We had a group of other team members that were willing to put up their hand to come back on short-term contracts. We had relationships with educators who said that they wanted to help. We have 2,500 former team members over the last 25 years. We have a great network. And yes, we were very much ready. And here's the wonderful thing about this, and it's unfortunate, but at launch, we were ready to do something truly wonderful for these young people and for Canada. We had 36,000 young people signed up for this initiative. 64% were individuals of minority populations. We had tens of thousands of volunteer spaces ready. 83 nonprofits.
We're going to have to move on to Mr. Angus, gentlemen. Mr. Angus, we will.
I want to say, sir, that we were ready to do something really special, thanks to all these amazing people and thanks to this amazing team.
Okay. Miss Goodrow, you're next for about 3 minutes, and then Mr. Angus, and then on to Mr. Cooper. Marie-Hélène, go ahead.
Oui, bonjour. Hi. All right. So I have a question. You mentioned the financial situation of We Charity. We were talking about the precariousness of it. And this is my question. Of all the statements you've made, because you really talked about a number of things, and I really appreciate it. What about the more or less $10 million in financial difficulties? I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Madam, I believe you're speaking about the bank covenant issue that's also been very much misrepresented in the press, and particularly by one organization that is sharing false information called Charity Intelligence. But specifically, the bank covenant issue really was not an issue. Specifically, we decided, and the board decided, to change our financial year from the calendar year to the academic year. And by doing so, we were allowed and enabled to be very specific focused on our program deliverables because it was tied to the academic year. By such, we had to defer a higher amount of revenue, and we did this knowingly. And by that deferral, we had a technical breach of our bank covenant. We had a conversation with our lender. They had no concerns on this, and the organization was in very fine financial shape as a result.
Could I just make that simpler for any Canadians who are watching? At the end of the day, the same amount of money was coming in, but the year shortened because we had a different fiscal year, and the money we had to recognize in a later year because you have to recognize when the money comes in when you're going to spend it. Same amount of money, we were in no financial difficulty, and this is unfortunately something that's been misrepresented by this website for whatever reason, but the organization was in a very solid operational state, including 8 months of assets against our long-term placement. We had
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Je me demandais, est-ce que...
I was wondering if anybody from the Prime Minister's office contacted you either to obtain information or documents regarding your financial situation, or if they asked about the auditing system you had in place for We Charity or We Charity Foundation.
The Prime Minister's office was not involved in the vetting for the Canadian Student Service Grant. It was ESDC. So no one from the Prime Minister's office contacted us with such questions.
OK. Ceci dit, lorsque on...
Okay. So when we have a new contract coming up, there is a new there's an obligation to do their due diligence. Do you know if the government did this due diligence to ensure that you had the means to deliver?
What I would defer the question to the government, except I would add just quickly that Rachel Warnock first visited our operations in 2017, toured our broadcast facility we have in our global headquarters, the digital classrooms, Skype pods, the we host school groups on a regular basis, saw what we were developing, the neighborhood, the network for good, campus for good, that we were building out to host other young entrepreneurs for free in space and whatnot. Over the years, we'd had multiple grants with ESDC.
Mais ma question, en fait...
But my question, actually, you didn't open up your books at the time you were negotiating the agreement for this mandate.
Audited financial statements are available like any charity for access by the government. I defer whether they looked at them.
Last question, Marie-Helen.
Oui, en fait, quand vous pensez...
Yeah. So you mentioned that you have donations from various donors. What kind of donors do you attract, either for your foundation or for We Charity? Could you give us some examples?
Certainly, the donors range from young people collect millions of pennies all across Canada. They collected 140 million pennies one year that went specifically to support clean water projects around the world, to groups that fund our operations. We received everything from the Gates Foundation has funded our programs and support, to Canadian well-known McConnell Foundation, groups that have of all walks of life.
Yeah, and so it's been a wide variety of support, and we're very proud of that.
Okay, turning then to Mr. Angus, followed by Mr. Cooper. Welcome. Mr. Angus, 3 minutes, and then on to Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are here because of conflict of interest. We have 2 unprecedented investigations into the Prime Minister, into the Finance Minister, into conflict of interest in their relations with you. And so when the board of the chair of the board said she was shocked to learn that the Trudeau family members were being paid and wasn't aware of that, I'm glad that you clarified that they were being paid for the ancillary events afterwards. And that's something I'm really been interested in, because you are bringing major corporate players to the table. And having the Prime Minister's family, the Trudeau name, is enormous. You're providing access to the Trudeau family. Don't you understand or realize that that puts the Prime Minister into a serious conflict by you setting this up and paying the family to do this? Because this is the first part of the question, we have you setting the Prime Minister up by your actions in a conflict, but then we understand after the mass layoffs in March that you pushed out a document to various ministers. That's you lobbying, and yet you're not registered to lobby, and you're very surprised and can't understand how this all, is going wrong for you. The reason we have the lobbying registry is so we can track how groups like yours interact with government. With you going under the radar, we don't have a clue, so we have to trust you. But I think the issue is that because of the issue of conflict, the issue that we have 2 investigations ongoing, possibly a third now with Mr. Morneau, the fact that you didn't bother to register to lobby, and yet you're promoting a project that's going to net hundreds of millions of dollars. I just don't see how guys then as sophisticated as you don't recognize the obligation to follow what every other charity in the country does, to register, to be tracked, so there's accountability. It's the lack of accountability that's really given us a hard time believing you.
I'm happy to answer the three-part question. Number one, as to Margaret Trudeau and her speaking, she would come to multiple auxiliary events if the decision is made by Parliament that the mother of the Prime Minister should not be able to speak to events. We would happily fulfill that. She speaks to multiple charities. We did something many charities do, and frankly, to be very honest, sir, everything my mother tells me to do, I don't do. So I'm not sure if Margaret is going to influence the Prime Minister. Number one, sir. Number two,
you were buying the name. Come on,
Mr. Angus. You took about 2 minutes to ask the question. I'm going to give them the time to answer.
Number two, sir, as for lobbying, we've spoken at this extensively. We're happy to speak further, sir, that based on understanding, it is a calculation on time. That understanding is such that we have looked at that matter. We understand what you're describing. Before April, we have had minimal federal funding and minimal time involved in the procurement.
So you've never reached out for funding before?
Mr. Angus, Mr. Angus, please.
That's not the appropriate definition of lobbying, sir, and I believe you know that.
Well, I think you would understand it well, too.
Sure. And then number three, with great respect, is for trust. You trusted us with your own children for years in the program. I hope you trust us now.
I don't trust you anymore, but my children did go through your program, and since my children have been raised, I think it's a very good point. My children learned so much from you guys when you guys were a much younger operation, but I see how many young people feel. I just reading someone who wrote about leaving we, about your disregard, the toxic work environment, the disregard for rights, how we became another private sector company.
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Angus,
do you have another question?
Point of order from who was it? I didn't see.
Private sector company.
Mr. Sabera, as a point of order. Charlie, there's a point of order. There's a point of order on the floor, Mr. Angus. A point of order on the floor. Mr. Sabera.
Chair, the Deputy Angus was asking a set of questions, then veered off to something that was not relevant to what his question were and what we were discussing today.
That's okay. It's not now. Charlie, go to your questions.
Well, I think it's just very simple because I think it's my daughters. You guys changed their life, and I think that's fair, and I want to put that on the record. But they talked to a lot of former WE staff, including one who said that we became another private company whose number one aim is money. And I want to work at an organization where fear is not used as a tactic to achieve an end.
Okay.
That's what I hear from the young people that my daughters worked with. So I think that should be on the record.
That's your final question. And I'll let the Kielburgers answer that. And when they're answering it, I want them to tell us, because I've heard different testimony on this today. Mr. Angus said in his remarks that going to net hundreds of millions of dollars. I want you to answer that question as well.
Sir, we are not a private company. We charity is a charity. And I know Jesse Brown's a friend of yours and he's been spreading false information, sir. But the truth
actually, he's not a friend of mine.
Mr. Angus, you're done. Mr. Angus, you are done.
And that was a committee hero.
Charlie,
I met you more than I met them. So don't say he's a friend. That's cheap. Do the right thing.
Sure, I would appreciate if the facts would speak for themselves. The facts is simple. Meadowee Social Enterprise, 100% of the profits have gone to social good. We Charity is a registered charity. The impacts of our programs that have been torn apart in this political process include the fact that 70 million hours have been logged by Canadian youth to volunteer, 7,000 schools run our programs. Sir, globally, 1,500 schools and classrooms built, 200,000 children going through them, 1 million people with clean water and health.
You didn't answer what
We're
they say about your
proud to be a
work
Canadian
environment.
charity, and we believe that as a Canadian charity, it should not be dragged over the coals for political purposes.
Well, if you register the lobby,
sorry, Mr. Angus, your time is done. Now I'm going to ask this question myself because you said earlier that you basically we would not make money out of this. There's basically been an accusation here that you're going to net hundreds of millions of dollars. Would you answer that clearly, please? I want it clear on the record where this is at.
So if we could answer on two levels. Number one, the CSSG, we were only being reimbursed for costs, period. We would have made no money at all in this government program. And secondly, sir, on a personal level, and we've heard some very unfortunate things, and I'd like to speak to this for a moment. On a personal level, as for our family and our own parents being dragged into this now, our 80-year-old parents and some of the social media posts and whatnot.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order?
Yeah, you used an intervention to make a point about the amount that has been netted by this organization. They continue to say, well, they were just getting expenses reimbursed. Well, that's of course the case. We all knew that all along. When they pay expenses to themselves, that will be reimbursed under this contribution agreement.
I think we're into
profit in order for someone to benefit. So
Mr. Polyev, we're into debate. It's not a point of order. It's not a point of order. No, it's not.
It's a necessary one.
It's a point of debate. And when a member alleges that there's going to a net hundreds of millions of dollars, that needs to be cleared up because we have a different information on the record. And I want to know what is fact. That's the purpose of this hearing.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Point of order.
To themselves.
I know that you're really going out of your way here, but I never said that the Kielburger organization was going to be making that hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions were going to flow through their organization, and they were certainly going to get money out of that to cover, and for a group that was just in financial freefall in March, this is certainly something that could be seen as, so how much they actually get, we don't know, Mr. Chair. That's what we're here to investigate.
Mr. Angus, your exact words were going to net hundreds of millions of dollars. I wrote it down. Let's have clarity on the point. That's what I'm asking for. We need to establish the facts. And so if you gentlemen, if you could establish that, we will go on to Mr. Cooper, followed by Mr. Fraser, Mr. Cummings, and Mr. Katrakis. Gentlemen.
I want to be explicitly clear, sir. Once again, this was a contribution agreement. We were not netting hundreds of millions of dollars. That is not correct. Sir, we were doing this as a request from ESDC, and we were only going to be reimbursed for expenses. And Mr. Polyev, if I may.
Pay to yourself. Pay to yourself.
No, that's actually, sir, not correct.
It is correct. It's right in the agreement.
Sir.
It's absolutely correct.
Mr.
Right
Polyev, Mr. Polyev, let's have some order.
Sir, the
it's in writing. It's right there in the contribution agreement.
Mr. Polyev, you're on the list later on if we get that far. Mr. Craig, if you could answer.
You're going to pay the expenses to yourself.
Mr. Polyev?
Sir, that's factually incorrect. And sir, the contribution agreement.
18.4.
Sir, please. Like
right
with
here.
Humility. With the contribution agreement defines exactly the eligible expenses, exactly.
The recipient may enter into contracts.
Mr. Polyev, the floor isn't yours.
B2E Foundation.
Mr. Polyev,
without prior consent or approval.
Mr. Polyev, do I have to suspend this meeting? Because I will. Now there will be order. I'll suspend the meeting, and that's it. Now it's your choice.
We'll just call him back.
It's your choice. Mr. Craig, the floor is yours.
Sir, every entity that was party to the contract was held to the same standards. The contribution agreement clearly identified eligible expenses. Eligible expenses.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Simply in implementing the project.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order?
What is the status now? You entered the whole meeting into a debate. Who's got the floor? Who's
the person who has the floor? I asked for a point of clarification on the going to net hundreds of millions of dollars. Next on the list is Mr. Cooper, followed by Mr. Fraser, then Mr. Cummings, then Mr. Katrakis. Finalize your answer, Mr. Kielburger, and then we'll go on to Mr. Cooper.
And sir, just be very clear that the organizations that were party to the agreement were all registered charities.
And held the same audits and same control functions. Any money not spent directly on the implementation had to be returned to the federal government.
Okay, thank you. And members do have copies of the contribution agreement for their reading pleasure and to determine the facts of that contribution agreement. Mr. Cooper, 5 minutes, followed by Mr. Fraser.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the Kielburgers. You indicated in your testimony that ESDC had represented to you that eligible costs would be covered effective May the 5th, that occurred around that time, and that costs were incurred. Who at ESDC made that assurance? The name.
Sure, it was part of the conversation and the negotiation with the ESDC team, the legal team.
Who was the person?
The legal team from ESDC. It had the exact name, sir. And of course, Rachel Warnick was privy to those conversations.
And isn't it
someone was also involved? It was codified in the agreement, sir, as part of this.
Isn't it interesting that Ms. Warnick never mentioned that in her testimony?
Sir, she was aware of all the details, sir, of the contribution agreement, and that, sir, codified in the contribution agreement.
And that was before the COVID committee had approved the proposal. Before, indeed, it would have been on or the day before your May 4th proposal was submitted, and you got that assurance.
Sir, otherwise, the launch of the program, in terms of our signature of the program, the launch would have been 2 days later. How else would we have had 20,000 volunteer opportunities ready? How else would we have had 83?
And you just wanted to put up your hand. You just wanted to put up your hand after you had laid off hundreds of people a month later. Some assurance. It's tough to believe.
Sir,
now, I want to ask you. That's you've answered.
We'll go to the question and then we'll come to the answer.
So
Mr. Cooper, the floor is yours.
I want to go through some of the proposals that you've submitted, and you've gone through them. And I just want there was one on April 9th. There was one on April 22nd. There was one on May 4th. Right?
I'm unsure on the May 4th one you're referring to, sir, but there was one on the 9th on youth entrepreneurship and one on the 22nd.
Okay, fine. I'm referring to Ms. Kovacic. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing her name. She said that there was one that she had received from ESDC on May 7th that had been submitted on May 4th that had been provided by We Charity. That's what I'm.
I defer to Ms. I defer to her on the matter. That was not.
Okay, so. So there were two proposals, and one was about a 10-page proposal. The other was a 22-page proposal. Who was involved in preparing those proposals?
Certainly, sir. I'd be happy to speak to it. So the first, which you referenced as the 10-page, that was a pre-existing proposal we already had on youth entrepreneurship that we repurposed within a short order to serve on this particular issue around entrepreneurship. The 22nd, I'm not sure the exact word count, but I believe you. The 22-page included the original one on youth entrepreneurship and a second one that was created at the request of Ms. Warnick on how a national service initiative could be created as per the policy objectives of what she identified.
Okay.
So we submitted both together, frankly expressing our preference.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, who was involved in preparing it? How many people? Both proposals.
It's a good question, sir. I'd have to get the exact, but we have a strategy team, we have a finance team, we have a youth entrepreneurship and development team. So we would have, in a variety of manners, potentially people involved, but it was, if I recall, it was entirely a Word document. So I think one person took the lead in typing up the pages. But I think it was one took the primary lead. But we had a whole team working on it.
But of course, a whole team, and they would have been doing things including research, planning.
Well, we turned it around a day later. She asked us on the 19th. We gave it to her on the 20th. So it would have been pretty quick. So the reason being is because we had a whole series of work already on social entrepreneurship, because that's what we do. And same on service, sir. We had previously submitted a white paper to the government on this very topic.
Well, you turned it over to her on the 22nd.
We submitted it. So it was dated, as you'll note, on the 21st.
So, okay. How many hours would have been involved in researching, compiling information?
So I do understand what you're seeking to get at here.
Yeah.
The simple matter of this, sir, is that we have I'm happy to walk you through the document, and anyone on the committee, you'll see that the document, how it's structured, is bios on our key leaders, pretty quick to put together, overview of our previous national service programs. We were able to cut and paste those. Our best practices.
So I've asked you a question. I didn't ask. I have the two proposals. I've gone through them. I'm just asking you, give me a number, an approximate number. How many hours?
A handful of hours, sir. It would have been a pretty quick turnaround. Because
a handful. Okay, no, and you're under oath, so just a handful of hours to do the research and preparation for the April 9th report.
So there was no research. For the April 9th. Sorry, forgive me.
Yeah, there are two proposals here. There are two proposals we're talking about, and I'm asking you in the aggregate.
The April 9th was a pre-existing proposal that we already had. So that one was stretched over now, months, 2 years. We've been trying to get a social entrepreneurship program like that off the ground.
Okay.
So that was
Okay,
Last
so
question, Mr. Cooper.
So could you just provide a number?
Over 2 years?
No, just the number with respect to the second proposal.
Sir, it would have been a handful of hours.
Okay,
It's hard to guess.
Okay, there you go. Mr. Fraser, followed by Mr. Cumming, and then on to Ms. Kotrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start by just saying how frustrating it's been to be a part of this committee meeting. I am glad that we've got ample time, thankfully. The inability of members to remain silent when it's not their turn to speak is deeply discouraging. I find it disrespectful. These are the kinds of things that we learned how to do in elementary school. With respect, I know there was some controversy over the point made by Mr. Angus about how much money had gone. This is a theme the NDP has been pushing for weeks now. I note that the leader of the NDP has put out a false tweet suggesting that the Prime Minister has given $900 million to his well-connected friends at WE. These are the kinds of things that we deal with, and you kind of roll your eyes over. The fact is, there's actually something that I want to kind of figure out here, because there's a legitimate issue going on. We've already had the issue discussed today about the fact that the Prime Minister's mother is a well-known mental health advocate. But when I first saw that there was in fact a payment that went to her, and that the government, of which her son is the Prime Minister, awarded a significant piece of work to have the student grant administered, I thought, okay, let's look into this when the opposition pitched the study, and I won't prejudge what answers I hear. I do have a couple of questions about those payments and whether they were in the ordinary course of things for an organization like yours. What I'm really curious about is this the kind of thing you do often? You said there were other speakers that had comparable rates. Who are they? How much did they get paid? And was it in a similar scale to either what Madam Trudeau was paid, or was it much different? Or how are you arriving at these rates? What I'm trying to figure out here is if there's a habit of the organization for giving significant grants exclusively to the governing party of a country, then I think there's something that we got to look into. If this is the kind of thing where you take notable speakers with expertise in different areas and it was more or less par for the course, I'm also interested in knowing that. So if you could give me some answers on how much your other speakers were paid, who were they, and the nature of how those relationships evolved, I would be very interested.
Sir, it was very much, thank you for the question, of course. It was par for the course. Once again, not just for the WE Day stage. We get people that want to do that, but it was the ancillary events. We have a number of speakers who have done that over the years. We've done 137 WE Days since we started. When we ask for individuals to come and give their time, usually 1 or 2 ancillary days outside of the WE Day, we need some support in part of that process. This is not just for the WE Day piece, to be really, really clear, it's the ancillary events. We do need to be respectful to the other speakers, but we can confirm very much that this has been in the regular course of business, and Madam Trudeau has been on the lower end of some of those payments. And she came not because she was Madam Trudeau, she came because mental health is a very important aspect of our work. And I just want to say that over and over again, as a remarkable mental health advocate, she helped us fulfill our mission.
And it may just to build on that, we create educational content. We do these type of events. We literally do thousands of events a year in big and small communities. We've got breakfast with teachers, events, outreach, like all these things that we do at any given year. We have a massive events team prior to COVID-19's impact, hosting these very events, broadcast TV specials on ABC, CTV, millions who follow us on social media, billions on total social media impressions. Creating content is a huge part of what we do, and it's part of our mission and mandate.
Okay, if I may, one of the aspects of my question, and I threw a lot at you there, but I would like you to give an example. Like, are there other speakers that you can share with us that have actually been paid for their services at the auxiliary events around a WE Day?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And again, we just would like to respectfully ask the permission of those speakers to share their names, but I want to confirm, absolutely, sir. And they come from all the types of walks of life, sir, and they're very well-known Canadians, you would imagine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'm probably quite close to the end of my time. Is that
You got
right?
time for one more question.
You know what? I just want to, I hinted at this earlier on in one of my questions. I just want to know, you mentioned you've been working on the previous student service proposal that you had developed over the course of a couple of years. Had you submitted things like that back before 2015 when we arrived in office as a government? Had you actually submitted informal, unsolicited proposals to previous governments or our government before this instance?
Yes. We would do in a regular course of business. We didn't engage frequently with the federal government, but in conversations, whether it be, we were honored. And these are great men to spend time with people like Tony Clement, like the Minister Flaherty, great man.
Minister
like,
Moore.
Minister Moore, like these are people, I remember seeing out Minister Moore talking great things around
About
heritage.
history.
Yeah, he'd give us lectures in his office on the topic.
And when you would
these are
submit
great
those,
people.
oh, sorry.
We would, sir. We would submit ideas for how we could work with governments. Let me clarify, sir, and to everyone, we run a charity. Fundamentally, when I say we're founders of the charity. We now have executive director who runs it. But we do this in a manner to work in partnership to fulfill social objectives with government. We will do our best always. And you said something at the beginning, if I may go back to, that tweets have gone out with inaccurate statements and dollar amounts, and people thinking hundreds of millions of dollars have gone into the coffers of a charity or real estate things that just drive me up a wall because they're factually inaccurate. This has a devastating impact on our charity. It's impossible to fully articulate that these messages, because they're coming from credible individuals who are putting out false information. And it is just absolutely devastating to a Canadian charity and to our ability to fulfill our mission and mandate as a result of this.
Okay, I am going to end it there. Mr. Cumming, you're on deck, and you will be followed now by Mr. Fragiskatis. Mr. Cumming.
Can you tell me what expertise Sacha Trudeau brought that you would pay him to be a speaker?
An environmentalist, sir, documentary filmmaker, and he is a well-known individual in his right that he spoke. And in those particular ones, we brought him in partially because Margaret was not able to, Madame Trudeau, in that case, and we were seeking to fill an urgent need, and so we worked with him on that particular year. He was with us for 1 year and 1 year only.
So it's more around the Trudeau name, it sounds like.
No, sir, the environment is very important to us, as is mental health. There's a handful of issues in which we've been involved for many years.
If you need some other strong environmentalists, I can give you a lot of names for that.
So we loved having David Suzuki on stage. We loved having people from all walks of life on stage. These are good people, but sir, the point, I understand the point people are trying to make here, but universities have lecture series where they pay people. Gala dinners take place. We did this in regular course of business. Now let me acknowledge, I understand that in hindsight, this is a significant issue. I understand why people are raising it, I do. But from our perspective, you could Google the fact that they had been on the We Day stage. So we never envisioned that this would emerge as a conflict in a meaningful way because it's all public knowledge. It's public information.
I want to move on. So we've referred to the foundation as a shell company, and you took offense to that. But the foundation itself, what assets did it have, and what did it have for employees prior to entering into this contract?
Sir, it's not a shell company because number one, it's not a company, and number two, it's not a shell.
Okay, so what assets does it have? What employees does it have to execute this contract?
We have answered this question multiple times, but allow me to frame it this way. Any doctor's office in Canada, any small business in this country understands the reality of liability. This is something Canadians understand. And when we were asked, out of service to Canada, the government of Canada asked us to take on the liability, not something we sought, but they asked us in a global pandemic, at a time where people were stockpiling toilet paper and afraid of touching the newspaper, to take on the liability for 40,000 participants and for all the nonprofits beyond our operational control in many of these aspects.
Okay, I appreciate that. And you took insurance.
No,
so
Mr. Cumming, we are going to have to get an answer on this one because it's been answered several times, and obviously people haven't heard the answer. So I am going to allow the time, but I'll give you more time in your question period.
And so to answer your question, sir, this was established through the advice of our professional advisors. This was something that was previously on the shelf. As Ms. Douglas mentioned, it was created originally for an idea, never executed for it. So it was on the shelf. It was designed for legal liability. That's why it was there. We officially amended the purpose before all of this took place. We amended the purpose as part of the process. We codified the agreement with the government of Canada. It has never held real estate. It has never had a dollar. It existed for a very simple purpose. It had extensive insurance, operational execution by We Charity, the staff, the programs. So with respect, it was a favor that we were doing to be helpful to Canada.
Okay, back to Mr. Cumming.
Whose idea was it to front end load this, that all the capital was received prior to the execution of the contract? Whose idea was that?
So that was outlined, all the financial terms, the payment terms were outlined by ESCC.
And let me clarify, sir, those funds, again, misrepresented sadly widely by a number of individuals. Those were not administration costs that we received a blank check on or any form. This was
funds that could be accessed for expenses as they occurred that were eligible only.
But it was front end loaded. So it was,
Sure.
you received the money before you actually expended the funds.
Sir, we received funds for the first cohort of 20,000 young people because we needed to ensure that those first 20,000 young people were engaged in the process. Secondly, we were asked by ESTC to help ensure that we had the mechanism to help provide the financial payments to up to 100,000 young people in the course of the summer into the early fall. And as a result, it was their suggestion to ensure that that infrastructure was well set up in the beginning part of the summer so we could fulfill that mandate.
So you have the foundation, which has no assets in it for liability purposes, and you're running this, that you've got your charity, which is providing services, and other groups, because in 18.4 it does say that you can use other groups within the WE group. So you say recover costs. Are the costs defined? Who defines the cost? Do you define the cost? How do you load your overhead in? Are your salaries covered? Is all the remuneration that you've received covered into those costs? How do you determine what the costs are for your multiple companies that will be charged back to the foundation? Because it's clear, 18.4 says that you will contract to your other groups.
Sir, it's inaccurate statements like this that are truly killing a Canadian charity. And I don't mean this to be dramatic in my statement. The We charity is being racked over the coals by inaccurate statements like yourself. No companies were party to this contract. Only charities, registered charities were parties to the contract. To answer your question, the contribution agreement outlined exactly the eligible expenses. We were not making this stuff off the side of a napkin. The government of Canada, in the contribution agreement, outlined the eligible expenses. But sir, frankly, you know this. You do know this, with great respect. People, like as members of parliament, don't reach this stage in their careers without understanding what we've explained hour after hour here. And it's this blatant disregard for facts that are being put out here, comments around companies and comments around money moving in inappropriate levels, that frankly, by continuing this, you're harming a Canadian charity and you're harming young people in this country in the process.
Last question, Mr. Cumming.
What have the two of you received in remuneration over the last 3 years, each of you individually, from any of the charities that that are in this group? If you don't want to come company, social entrepreneurship, all the groups.
Sir, Justice Gouge has done a review. It's actually available on our website. We'll happily send it to you. He took over our Team 4 forms because we wanted to properly be able to address this. We will send his review to you. It has our personal financial data in it. I'm not sure whether it goes to you, then goes to the world, but so be it at this point, frankly. But Justice Gouge and also a compensation consultant was brought in by our board of directors that said that our level of compensation compared to those of a similar nature are at a lower end for the role that we play. We will send you that personal information as per your request that you have it. And sir,
okay, thank you. We'll look forward to that information. Turning then to Mr. Fragiskatas, and for the questioner, Mr. Fragiskatas next. After Peter is Mr. Fortin, but I don't know if his system is working, so you'll have to clear that up, or maybe Rial. If you were to click off the video and just go on voice, it might work. We could try that, but you were next on the list. So I have Mr. Fragiskatas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deeply disappointed this afternoon to see issues around mental health politicized as they had been by some members of the committee. Margaret Trudeau has been an extraordinary advocate for mental health issues for many years, and efforts to stain her reputation here are beyond disappointing. I do want to ask the Kielburgers, excuse me. I want to ask you a question, and it's come up already. Mr. Cervera posed it. It's around data. I understand that you have said that data was not shared. The data of volunteers was not shared with the Liberal Party of Canada. At any point in WE's history, has the data of your volunteers been shared with the Liberal Party of Canada or any political party?
We can answer that question decisively. Again, Vivian Krause and others have made, we have faced charity intelligence, which is for people and making inaccurate statements. We have faced Jesse Brown and a blogger who frankly were involved in a legal action to try to correct the record, and Justice
gouged multiple cases, cited his inaccurate statements he's made. And now Vivian Krause, who has made these claims that I believe she said by Twitter was her source, that we were sharing data with the Liberal Party of Canada. This is just incredibly unfortunate that people are trying to further their own objectives in the process to negatively impact a charity. I can answer the question decisively that we have never shared, not once, data with any party for that matter, including the Liberal Party of Canada.
Thank you very much. One of the most important revelations of today, at least for me, has been, and I know Mr. Kielburger, you just spoke about it moments ago, but it is a crucial revelation. This is the idea that there was no financial benefit for your organization in building and administering the program being the Canada Student Service Grant. My question relates to, I sit back and hear that, and I take you at your word, of course. But what would you say to the average Canadian who would say, so why are you involved in something like that? Why the interest in the Canada Student Service Grant? What's in it for you? Was there a personal gain? Was there something along those lines? Could you, and certainly I'm not making that judgment, but I think a lot of Canadians will say when they hear you make the statement that there wasn't going to be a financial benefit. What's in it for you guys? What's in it for we?
So when you're 12 and 17 years old and start a children's charity and continue in that role for 25 years, that's the answer to your question. This is why we do what we do. It is something we care about deeply. We have an extraordinary team. They work very hard. And it is just incredibly unfortunate that in the past 25 days, we have seen the integrity of an organization, the service by thousands of teachers across this country, the work of students who have volunteered, called into question for purposes that have been forwarding other people's agenda when facts are very clear. So why do we do what we do is the same reason 25 years as we do now. We want to help young people and we want to help children. And this is our core. And this is when the government asked us in the middle of a national pandemic, would we work our hardest, even though we had to tighten our belts by laying off staff. That was terrible. Our team had to work doubly hard to implement this.
Let me ask you about that, Mr.
This is why we did what we did, sir.
Mr. Kielburger, let me ask you on that point. Again, to play devil's advocate, and I know Canadians will be asking this type of question. In your opening statement, you said that, and I quote, "We charity would not have received any financial gain from the CSSG program," and it is incorrect to say otherwise. You talk about the organization not being in a difficult financial position, but what about the observation that we had recently laid off many employees, and would that not have pushed the organization in the direction of wanting to find a program to attach itself to gain some sort of benefit? Again, I'm not making that judgment, but Canadians will have that question. Do you have a response?
And that'll be your last question.
And at any point, did you raise the fact that we had laid off employees with government officials, any government official?
Sir, our objective was, again, simply to help when Rachel Warnock asked us to help. And that was the objective. And specifically, yes, we had to make some very difficult decisions. And this was, again, the source of the conversation that was with the witness prior, Michelle Douglas, we have tremendous respect for. We made hard decisions very early on during the pandemic, and we were able to very much financially make those decisions and to ensure stability. When we were asked to help, yes, we wanted to help. And the organization would have not been better off or worse off because of our desire to help. We simply wanted to help.
And to the last point, was the matter of we laying off a number of employees raised with any government officials at any point?
So we did explain to ESTC that we had to staff up for this experience. We were very clear with them that we had to let go some of our staff in the pandemic, and we explained that we were keen to bring some of those staff members back to help us with this experience in a short-term role. And it wasn't done formally through an email, but it was done through conversations, and they asked us if we had the staffing capacity to do so. And we were very transparent in saying that, yes, under the circumstances, we could look to some of the individuals who did go through those layoffs, and we could potentially bring back on a short-term contract to be of assistance. And a lot of those individuals kindly put up their hand, and they worked really, really hard.
and we were about to launch something, very special.
Okay, folks, we're starting to get down on time. We'll go to Mr. Fortin for 3 minutes and hope his system works, and then on to Mr. Julian. Mr. Fortin, go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kielburger, I have a question. Given your experience when it comes to the management of assets, the work you do across the world, and given your links with the Trudeau family, and I'd like to clarify that I'm not criticizing the quality of Madame Trudeau, her partner, anything, but given the close links that you have to those people, you hired them because they're the Trudeau family or the Morneau family, and given the exchange of gifts, some thousands of dollars that Mr. Morneau repaid or didn't, or whether when he decides to do when he wakes up in the morning, but given the absence of assets in the We Charity Foundation, there are no assets to guarantee the quality of. So given all of those factors, is it normal, to your mind, that you would receive a contract to manage $900 million with no tender call, with no auditing? Has that happened before? Does it happen often?
Sir,
Thank you, Mr. Fortin.
allow
Go
me.
ahead.
Thank you. I feel that for the past now 3 hours and 40 minutes that we have sought to correct facts that have been inaccurate in the media and shared widely. So allow me to try again, sir. It was not a $900 million contract. It was, in fact, closer to 543 to be precise, sir. Up to, based on all of expenses. There were 13 references to audit, sir. So there were multiple checks and balances through this. And to answer your question, though, at the heart of it, I think we were in a time where nothing was ordinary, where people were shutting their offices en masse, where the civil service was trying to organize national programs to assist during a pandemic, where everybody was concerned for their own care. And our staff, despite that, despite all the hardships, having their own children under their feet, working around the clock, trying their best to launch a national service program, did this out of service and out of a desire not to be helped by government, but to help government.
Vous avez fait ça pour aider le gouvernement.
Well, you did that to help the government, but you received $43 million to do so. Now, that's what it says in the contract. Now, if I provide a service, I don't receive 43 million, nor a million, nor a quarter of a million. Now, whether it's at 900 or 500 million, but beyond the numbers, I understand from your evidence that there wasn't a due diligence. Ms. Warnock called you. Said you didn't talk to Mr. Trudeau. When I asked Mr. Morneau, he said, well, this was done, and I understand that this was during the pandemic. It was urgent, but do you not find it odd to receive a contract to manage, say, $500 million? We won't get bogged down in the details on the exact number, but a contract to manage that, for which you're paid $43 million without the audit, and I'm not taking anything away from the work that you've done, Mr. Kielburger. You've got a mission. Maybe you're the future Mother Teresa's, but what I'm talking about here is looking into what the government's doing with our money. It seems so strange. I've never seen anything like it. And so I ask you, as you're in the field, does that happen often? Are you often asked to manage $500 million? We'll pay you 43 and we'll just sign it on the corner of the table on a napkin. Does that happen often?
Okay, thank you. That'll be the end of that question, and you are coming loud and through loud and clear, Mr. Fortin, in this format. Mr. Kielburger.
Sir, I'll let Craig provide some context, but nothing at this time was ordinary. The CERB is not ordinary. Paying 75% of companies' wages, which the government of Canada is doing, is not ordinary. Having the whole conversation around a pandemic, having people go and literally months ago stockpile toilet paper was also not ordinary. And details with respect, sir, do matter, because it's 912 million one moment and it's 543 million the other moment, and that's a lot of money in between. And once again, sir, this was all about eligible expenditures and is up to $543 million. And our portion was only for eligible expenditures. We were making no profit. We were asked to do this.
Mais vous n'êtes pas à mesure. On vous demande depuis tantôt de préciser le montant de vos dépenses. Vous nous dites que vous ne pouvez pas le dire.
Mr. Fortin,
Mais
your
budget
time is up.
43 millions pour ça. Ouais.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to start you to get shutting down mics. Mr. Fortin, your time is up. The gentlemen are finalizing their answer. Just end your answer there, Craig or Mark.
Sure. The contract speaks to this in great detail. The 43 of that, 8.75 was immediately paid to other charities. That it was simply immediately transferred. More funds were being paid to afford the tech bills, sir, as you can see is a significant issue in your case, to support young people so they can participate in the program. We were helping to deliver a program with call center support, translation, access across the country, 20,000 youth for direct mentorship, helping with recruitment, the legal, the fee payments, the T4 filling out. So this was a massive undertaking. And again, only the eligible expenses. Not only would we have made no profit, but frankly, a charity can't even make a profit.
Okay, thank you. That'll end the answer too, Mr. Julian, followed by, I'll give you the lineup that'll take us to the end of the meeting. Mr. Julian for 3, then Mr. Morantz, Mr. McLeod, Mr. Polyev, and Ms. Koutrakis. Go ahead, Mr. Julian.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm quite frankly not satisfied with a whole range of the answers that we've gotten today. Many of them haven't been answers. They've been, I think, speeches, but we're looking for answers here. The issue of the insurance covering potential liabilities, which you've admitted is massive, is something that doesn't make sense in the context of putting it in, the contract into what is a shell foundation. And a shell foundation is a foundation with no assets. So I would ask that you make all the insurance documents available to us around the SDSC contract. I think that would be helpful for us to find answers that have not been forthcoming during this committee meeting. I'm also concerned about the board transparency. Michelle Douglas testified earlier that the board did not approve the setting up of the We Charity Foundation. So my question is, how many of the many entities, at least a dozen in Canada, many more overseas, have been set up without the board actually approving the setting up of those entities?
So allow me to nuance, because nuance and facts matter, sir. In the conversation that took place, the We Charity Foundation was originally established as an idea to hold the legal liability for We Charity. For example, I was on the board of Scouts Canada for many years, great organization. Liability became a significant issue. I learned from my service on that board. They looked at that very issue. We looked at that very issue. As per Ms. Douglas and other board members, we chose not to proceed as a general statement for We Charity to use this vehicle. That's why it was put on a shelf. It was unused as per the board's request. However, when the government of Canada asked us to assume liability during a global health pandemic for 40,000 youth and all nonprofits involved, that entity was repurposed, amended in its statement, and repurposed to serve this need, sir.
I'm sorry, you haven't answered my question, which is why when the board hadn't approved the setting up the entity, you set it up just the same, and you haven't answered the question of how many of these various entities have been set out without board approval or without knowledge of the board. But time is pressing, so I'm going to go to the U.S. regulatory procedures. Can you confirm to us that the various We foundations, boards, companies, charities are actually being fully disclosed and meeting all of the requirements of U.S. regulatory filings, including the issue of disclosure of non-arm's length relationships, either marital relationships or relationships that are business relationships?
Sir, we understand this information is coming from a group called Charity Intelligence. I just want to provide some context to answer your question. This is a group that lost their charitable status in 2012.
I'm not asking about them. I'm asking about you.
Your question.
I'm asking about you.
I understand, sir. 3 board members based on their 2019 filings, of which 2 of those individuals work for the organization. So for us, yes, we have the U.S. entities, and as part of our own Korn Ferry review, we're evaluating those entities. We need to look exactly at this very specific information that you're being asked about, and we're doing so.
Final question, Peter.
Yes, the issue of the insurance policies that were signed in regards to this particular contract with the SDC. Will you make that available to the committee? Because the liability issue, of course, is fundamental. We've heard testimony that that the federal government was put at great risk by proceeding the way it chose to proceed. So, of course, having information about insurance policies in place would be absolutely vital. Will you share all of that information with the committee?
So 2 points, sir. Yes, we'll share it. And the only organization that was being asked to put at great risk, sir, was We Charity by ESDC by asking us to take 40,000 young people and assume full liability.
Okay. But that's why you put it in the Shell Foundation.
Peter, I think the individuals have said several times that it's not a Shell organization.
It is the very definition of a Shell Foundation.
We will have to determine that. But okay, we've got 4 questioners left, and we'll have to go to 4-minute rounds. Mr. Morantz, Mr. McLeod, Mr. Polyev, and Ms. Koutrakis. Mr. Morantz.
I'm taking Mr. Morantz's.
Okay. Mr. Polyev, a 4-minute round. You got it.
Paragraph 5.1 of the contribution agreement allows monies to be spent on salary from this contribution agreement. Was there anything in the agreement that banned either of you from receiving that money?
Sir, we are not paid by We Charity, and we have never been paid by We Charity. And this was established with the entity that pays us, sir, is Me to We Social Enterprise, which is not a party to this contract.
Me to We, though, is a subcontractor to this contract.
That is incorrect, sir.
It is right here. It's right in the middle of the agreement.
Mr. Polyev, you can quote that part of the agreement if you like, and we'll allow the Kielburgers to answer.
Me to We Foundation is listed in 18.4 as a subcontractor. Me to We Foundation of Canada. It's right there, so it's true, unlike what you just suggested.
Okay, now we'll go to the answer, please.
As per my statement, sir, Me to We Social Enterprise is what pays us. Me to We Social Enterprise was established. It is distinct and separate from Me to We Foundation, sir.
Right.
Me to We Foundation administers scholarships.
Hard to keep track.
Mr. Polyev, we'll go to the answer, please.
Right. We're waiting for the answer.
All entities in the contract are not for profit.
100%. Mr. Kielburger, with respect, you're way off my question now. Nobody has ever questioned whether or not these are not for profit. You can make a hell of a lot of money as an individual within a not-profit organization by paying it in salaries. And I see here in section 5.1, I do have the floor, that you can pay salaries and you don't even need to submit timesheets to prove that you did the work. That's explicitly stated in 5.1. And I ask a very simple question to you. You've still not answered it. Was there anything in this agreement that banned you or your brother from receiving a salary? Yes or no?
Yes. Mr. Go over to the Kielburgers. Yeah, you said yes. Do you want to further expand?
Explain, sir.
Yes or no?
We are not paid by any one of those organizations.
That wasn't my question. Yes or no?
By definition, we are not paid by any one of those organizations.
Yes or no?
Sir, by definition, we are not paid by any of those organizations.
That wasn't my question.
And Me to We Social Enterprises is legally distinct and very separate,
that wasn't my question.
From the Me to We Foundation.
Okay, we understand now, Mr. Chair. There will be no answer to the question.
This is a very serious topic, sir. Mr. Chair, can I just have 15 more seconds, please?
You can have 3 more seconds. It's my time. Get to it.
Go ahead, Mark.
Sir, we have sat through 4 hours, which is 4 times more than anyone at SNC-Lavalin or the Duffy Affair. As context, sir. What we're making.
Actually, that's not true. That's factually wrong. That is
factually
wrong.
We are not. Listen, we're getting off the topic. I know we're all getting a little tired.
Can I get to my next question, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, can I get to my next question? He's had his response.
No, sir.
He's had his response.
Chair, that's a significant allegation.
We're just going to have to invite you back if you don't want to answer the questions. We'll bring you back for another 4 hours.
Mr. Polyev, we will allow an answer to this question. Go to your next one, and then we'll soon move on. Mr. One of the Kielburgers.
Any allegation and false claim that we would have financially benefited as individuals from this is simply that, false. No institution, no charity listed here pays us a salary or any form of financial period
Sir, it's incredibly insulting that you will not accept our answer.
Back to Mr. Polyev.
Because I haven't got one. The question was whether there was anything in the contribution agreement that would ban you from receiving any salary. You still haven't answered that. I'm not going to ask it again because you've had 2 tries and you've refused both times.
Okay, your last question.
Donc, ce qui m'étonne, c'est le fait.
What surprises me is that the fact that your organization put nearly $500 million.
So we can hear the translation and not the 2 languages.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. What surprises me is that you never thought that it would be a problem to pay nearly $500 million to the Trudeau family at the same time as your organizations deal directly with the government Justin Trudeau is leading, and that there is a nearly $500 million going to your organization for this contribution. So can you not see a conflict of interest that the Prime Minister is receiving nearly $500 million from your organizations at the same time that he is participating in providing you with the contribution?
Sir, may we ask, Mr. Chair, the translation that we got was that we were paying the Prime Minister $500 million to the contribution agreement. I'm assuming that was an incorrect translation.
It might have been. Basically, the premise of the question was that there would be money going to the Prime Minister's family and $500 million going to your organization. Do you not see the connection?
Sir, we respect that the Government of Canada has its processes on conflict of interest, and we respect that you're looking into that. As it relates to our role as a charity on this matter, we followed proper laws. We engaged someone through a speaking bureau to give talks on mental health. Many organizations do this. There is nothing improper in these actions. And frankly, sir, we understand what you're asking us, and we recognize that, frankly, I wish it wasn't a sole source contract. I wish we could have competed with others. I wish that different decisions had been made on the final decision-making on all of these matters. That was not ours to decide. We were asked to be of assistance at a time of national pandemic, and we did our best to assist. Simply, that's the case.
Okay, thank you. No, we're at a time, Mr. Polyev. You will have another round if you're taking the next slot. Mr. McLeod, Mr. Polyev, and Ms. Kotrakis. Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for patiently answering all the questions.
We are losing a bathroom break rather urgently. Mark has whispered to me 2 times now. So please continue. I'll continue without him.
All right.
Okay. No, I can do this without him.
This whole CSSG contract, the incident around it, has received a lot of media attention, and it's I think there's a lot of fallout from all sides on it. I think your organization, has taken a loss, taken some monetary hit, but maybe even a bigger credibility hit. Our government, the government, and all the committees will probably be dealing with this for the rest of the summer. We got, I think, we may have up to 3 committees investigating, so it's going to consume us probably for the next month or so, if not longer. But what we're not hearing about is what this whole initiative was focused on, and that's the youth.
Yes.
That's what concerns me the most. We know the youth have now are facing a real loss of opportunity, and there may be no replacement program. I haven't seen it yet. Could you talk about what shutting down of this whole initiative, this whole program is going to cost the youth? Because there was a lot of youth that were interested in this.
Thank you, sir. A question we have never been asked by any journalist or anyone here today is what was lost when it came to young people in this process. We had an extraordinary service opportunity that had been lined up with Rotary and others to link young people to seniors, to help document their lives, to help overcome the reality of dementia with so many seniors being in social isolation. we had this beautiful program lined up with hospital networks where there would have been support for nurses. And we had another program for their kids at home to make sure that they had a digital mentor so the nurses could take care of us and not be afraid. We had a beautiful partnership lined up with like Tim Hortons children's camps and others because all the camps stopped over the summer. And so young Canadians would have provided digital camp coaching experiences to these youth to help mentor and to support them through this process. So all of this good was lost. All of these extraordinary service opportunities were lost. The fallout had young people not earning the income to support their tuition. I know it was criticized, but these teachers put up their hand over the summer to support 20,000 youth with direct supervision. And frankly, We Charity, to your comment, sir, the $5 million that we incurred in expenses that's not the real issue here. This and false information that's been circulated has been devastating to the charity. The charity got tagged the We Charity scandal on this when in fact the charity didn't make the final decision and wasn't involved in the process of declaring whether or not there was a conflict. Yet every media has carried this as the We Charity scandal around the world. It's devastating to a Canadian charity through this whole process. And as frankly, there are days that we wish that we had never answered the phone on April 19th when Rachel Warnock called asking for us to help. And it is incredibly unfortunate that the people who are bearing the worst cost in all this are young people who don't have their summer placements. And because of the harm caused to We Charity, so many of the young people and children in Canada that we serve, who we won't be able to provide the same programs to in the years ahead.
Okay, I am going to have it end there. Mr. McLeod, 4 minutes for the last four speakers. Thank you for that question and answer. Mr. Polyev, 4-minute round for you, and then we'll end with Ms. Koutrakis. Mr. Polyev, are you there?
Section 5.1 of the contribution agreement allowed your organization to be compensated for salary, but expressly said that your organization would not have to keep timesheets. Why did you think it was important not to provide timesheets to show work hours for which your group would be compensated?
Yes, sir. We've actually sent out, and anybody in the media or anyone in the public would like to look at it, we sent out a version of the contract with very specific notes, very detailed notes. And the reason specifically is the provision that we would not be required to maintain timesheets and record keeping reflected the fact that we staff had begun to work immediately on the project in advance of the final funding.
That wasn't the question. It's not even related. Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is not even related to my question now. The question I'm asking is why they didn't want to have timesheets to show the work done. And he's telling me about the story of Genesis to the beginning of time. It's unrelated.
No, Mr. Polyev, I think he is giving you an explanation of why they didn't have timesheets, why they weren't required. So I will let him respond to that, and then we'll go to your next question.
So the vast majority of staff that were working on this program were working on it 100% of the time.
All right. So you couldn't have kept a timesheet to prove that. All right. We'll move on. You claim that it was the April 19th phone call from Ms. Warnock that requisitioned your help in this program. But Ms. Warnock has testified that on April 19th, she didn't even know the details of the program itself. It wasn't until 2 days later, when your proposal and the Prime Minister's simultaneous announcement of it, did she even find out the details. How is it that she would have asked you to run a program on which she didn't even have the details at the time?
She had a number of key details, sir, at that point. She knew that it was, well, actually at that point, she said it was 20,000 youth. That changed, it increased to 100,000. She knew that it would be over the summer. At the one point though, it could be summer or full year. She knew that it had to be launched immediately, although that time was shifted. The point I'm trying to make, sir, is that the broad outline of a paid summer service program for youth, she knew the final numbers, the date, and the payment amounts. Those were all details that policy objectives were decided by other people in government.
Your testimony contradicts hers.
Your testimony
contradicts hers because she says She says that she didn't
Mr.
have
Chair,
the details,
if I can answer the question.
and she also says that she did not say that she asked you, to run the program. She said that she called to ask you for your input, and then it wasn't until 3 days later when the Prime Minister made an announcement and you very conveniently had a proposal ready, that at that point you became the service delivery organization. So why the contradiction?
Mr. Kielburger, you can finish your previous answer and conclude on this one.
Sure. You know, I'll just jump straight ahead at this point, sir. I will happily submit to you the April 22nd email from myself to Ms. Warnick that says, as per your request. As per your request, sir, were the key words that indicated that we were sending the proposal as per her request.
Right, those are the words you wrote. Very crafty. Well done. So now, Mr. Chair.
Last question, Mr. Polyev.
Have you hired private, and you or anyone acting on your behalf, including a law firm, ever hired private investigators that may have looked into media personalities like Mr. Jesse Brown or reporter Jaron Kerr?
Sir, if I may say, with due respect, you are reaching to the bottom of a barrel if Jesse Brown is now who you're quoting to bring.
I asked you a question and you're not answering it.
Well, I can answer it very clearly, sir. There was a public exchange between Jesse Brown and the lawyer.
You're not answering it.
Sir, I am. Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm going to answer very clearly with 2 points. Number one, there's a public exchange on Mr. Brown's.
Did your law firm hire a private investigator to look into it?
Mr. Polyev, your questions are done. Mr. Kielburger has the right to respond, and we will
just call you back if you don't answer.
And we will conclude with Ms. Kotrakis, I believe. Mr. Kielburger.
Sir, we will happily submit to you the Twitter exchange between the lawyer who was involved in the matter and Jesse Brown. It is on Jesse Brown's Twitter. It answers the question decisively. And sir, frankly, you know, we've answered your question.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. What's your point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. The standing orders clearly state that witnesses are required to answer the questions put by witnesses or risk being found in contempt. The question was yes or no whether the witness's law firm hired a private investigator to look into Jesse Brown and Jaron Kerr. The witness then refers to a Twitter exchange, and I'm not interested in looking at Twitter. I'm looking for an answer. So yes or no, did your law firm hire a private investigator to look into these reporters? Yes or no?
Sir, we've been here for 4 hours, and now you're threatening us. We just feel that this is not appropriate. There is a very clear public record on this.
Yes or no? Exchange. Yes or no?
We will go to
yes or no?
We will go to Ms. Kotrakis.
Yes.
Final question.
Thank you,
Ms. Kotrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted for the record to correct something that Mr. Kielburger said earlier, calling this a sole source contract, when in fact it's not. It's a contribution agreement. So I only raised
Thank
that
I appreciate
to
that.
correct that.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. We've heard through your testimony, as you said, grueling testimony over the last 4 hours, time and time again, the various theories that are out there. But I think that it's very, very important that we end today's meeting by giving you the opportunity one more time to clarify certain untruths. So I will begin by saying that there's a theory out there that's being, put forward implicitly and even explicitly by the opposition and the media, which comes down to the following. We was in financial problems and that a scheme was put together with the concurrence of senior members of the government to create a large student aid program using the pandemic as an excuse and to direct this contribution agreement to we to save them financially based on the profit they would make. The implication is that the profit that we would make would be a payback for speaking fees, travel expenses, a job, a trip given to the Prime Minister or Minister of Finance, and for political help to the Liberal Party of Canada. Is this a true representation of what happened? And if not, please address any inaccuracies that may exist in this theory, and I kindly remind you that you are under oath.
Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen.
Thank you for the question. This is decisively not a
a true representation of what took place. Allow me to walk through step by step on that time frame you outlined. In the spring, like everyone else, we were affected by COVID-19. Like small businesses, nonprofits, and others across Canada, we had to make many difficult choices. And as the previous witness testified, Ms. Douglas, it was a difficult time. We had to let people go who were like family to us, but that stabilized the organization. We had over 8 months of assets to carry us forward, long-term contracts with partners to implement projects, and we were in a solid financial position because of those prudent choices. We were approached by the government, specifically Ms. Warnick, on April 19th to implement a service, to ask us if we were willing to implement a service program. In that case, we sent our best suggestions as per her request for her consideration. There was an internal process in the government, which we frankly can't speak much to, that led at the end of the day for her request for us to work to create this during a pandemic, an extraordinary time of national crisis. We did our best, created a program that had over 35,000 youth applicants, 64% people of color, coast to coast to coast, including Northwest Territories, sir, and every other region represented. And through this process, unfortunately, at the minute it was announced, it got enmeshed in a political controversy. We did our best. We handed over everything to the government. We handed over the call centers, the manuals, the technology, hoping that the public service can continue to run it. We are heartbroken that it hasn't been able to continue. We're heartbroken that the youth have faced these significant challenges as a result. And frankly, we're heartbroken that this whole process has frankly not been a gift to our charity. Far from it. This has been something that may destroy 25 years of work to build a national charity in this country. Partially because of mistakes that we made, we acknowledge and we apologize, but frankly, significantly because of inaccurate and false information that circulated to the advantage of various groups and that are seeking a political outcome here. At the end of the day, we had one purpose and one purpose only in our actions. This was not about the government helping We Charity. We Charity sought to help the government and to help young people.
Okay, with that, it's a very good note to end on. Sorry, we're out of time. We're actually over time. I do want to, gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, thank you for first requesting to appear for I believe it was an hour, and agreeing to the will of the committee to meet for 4 hours. We've had, I think, a lot of information tabled today. I thank you for your forthright answers, and I thank members for their questions as well. So with that, thank you again on behalf of the committee for appearing, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.